Greetings from the Directors Party campaign. We have, my partner and I, David-Wynn Miller, have filed a grammar challenge on the electoral votes for the presidency of the United States of America. We started our syntaxing on the 2012 presidential election, where we gave closure to all 50 states' elections commissions. Some elections commissions were through the Secretary of State's office for that specific state, and some elections commissions were through Commonwealth registers. And so we sent the mailings out to all 50 states, as well as Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, as well as the Federal Elections Commission, U.S. Secret Service, White House Press, President Barack Obama, as well as the U.S. State Department, as a letter of derogatory as a foreign condition of the state. We used the correct communication parsing syntax grammar flag, which is over here, which David and I filed for copyrights at the United Nations. The United Nations traversed with the Title IV grammar flag, and it is the only grammar flag on the planet that flies in a 1 to 1.9 position in front of the United Nations. All flags at the United Nations fly under 3x5 boat flags, and if you walk into that country's embassy under consular station and consular posts, they fly 3x5 with yellow fringe and spires on the top. The spire suspends the contract and shows that they are at war against the people of that country. David and I spent our own money, our own time, and spent traveling to New York and meeting with 82 different ambassadors as a corporate entity called the Unity-States of a World Corporation, which was a certified and registered bank charter for global banking construct for correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. The Directors Party campaign rally is part of that education for the planet, that we are giving closure and giving the people and the citizens of the country. This is not just an American issue. This is a global solution for grammar and solutions that will aid the people of our world. Part of our campaign rally is to give the citizens a choice and a chance to educate themselves on correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, and then go back in and place a vote in their respective countries for David and I if they like our program, if they like what we've tendered in the peaceful means that we've tendered our contracts, and to show the authorizations through letters of derogatory with their foreign ministers of that specific country. So if you're watching this video on YouTube and you are watching this video via a DVD, wherever you are in the world, you can take our syntax, you can take our program, register it with your foreign ministers of your foreign respective countries as an amicus curiae, a friend of the court, because the contract itself will be articulated as a postal court vessel, and you will become postmasters boarding the vessels with your claims of the life. The flag itself is the manifest that gives closure on the vessel. When we place the postage stamp on the vessel contract, it clears the fee for freight for the docking of that vessel contract. Because the fee's been paid for the bills of the ladings, as you log that in to your ministers, your foreign ministers, with the letter of derogatory as an amicus curiae postmaster with the Unity-States of our World Corporation, you then can have authorization to do a syntax grammar challenge in your foreign countries, because all countries themselves are contract. The land itself is all owned by the post office under to have and to hold, which is future tense adverb verb. David and myself, Russell-J. Gould, David-Wynn Miller, as joint postmasters, syntaxed the Lodial title claim for property rights globally. And we filed it in their clearinghouse called the Universal Postal Union. David and myself have met with the Universal Postal Inspectors in Bern, Switzerland on the clearing mechanics of those foreign vessels. We were foreign, they were foreign. They stood in their jurisdiction, we stood in our jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction doesn't exist because of their syntax and their grammar. They're writing future tense and past tense. We maintain control and command in a now time scenario, which gives us carte blanche to go anywhere in the world and give closure to the respective postal systems and the respective postal governments, because each citizen of this planet is running around as an Illuminati member with their foreign vessels, because you all work for the post office as postal employees from cradle to grave. In each respective country, you have birth certificates. That birth certificate is an adjective pronoun. Anytime you bring two facts together and you don't articulate and give closure on the document and use a hyphen between the facts, the first fact becomes a position of coloring. Coloring is an adjective, which is modification. So when you modify something, it is only a presumption as a position, as a syntax location of a presumption, an assumption, and it has no closure. First rule of contract, closure, so you have knowledge so people can have comprehension to whether or not the document in question is valid or not. Because the citizens of our world have birth certificates, those birth certificates worldwide are adjective pronouns, which get now docked by the doctors, postmasters of that specific hospital port of entry. Port being a pronoun, of being the adverb, modifying the pronoun backwards. Entry, E, anytime you start a word with a vowel followed by a double consonant, it means no, so no try. So you've got a port of no try, a fiction of an illusion. When you log in your claims of the life with your respective foreign countries and your foreign ministers as a claim of the life citizen postmaster with the United States of our World Corporation, it gives you a grammar foundation as a fact. And only facts are with the capability for the statement of a claim. So it gives you joint tenancy in a construct that has been well played and placed by David and myself. We have taken it to levels where we have logged this in through the styles manuals of the Global-Bureau of the Weights and Measures. Now, if you witness here today, I said Global-Bureau, not International Bureau of Weights and Measures. This is the styles manual that each foreign country, each foreign contract articulates the sums and differences of the communication that it chooses to use from country to country, nation to nation. This is registered in Lenox, France. David and I registered it as a Global-Bureau of the Weights and Measures, which gave us control to articulate and give command of a now-time scenario for lodial title for the planet in a now-time condition, which you all become tenants and joinder position postmasters of, through your claims of the life and through your comprehension and knowledge of this course. The Directors Party campaign gives closure to via YouTube video, and the people, the citizens who are blessed enough to be here, gives closure to your capability on how to join the Directors campaign. Each and every one of your minds is solitary. Your ability to control what comes in and out of your mind is solitarily upon you. So what we are going to teach is how to control the grammar that you allow to come in and out of your life. What that takes, what that means from a frequency level, how the manipulations of the adverb-verb world for 8,500 years has been placed to make sure that you don't know what that is. David and my's job is to make sure that we give closure to answer questions that you may have on the Directors Party campaign and what it means for the planet.
Let me interrupt there, Russ.
You bet.
The people look at prepositional phrases, and every single sentence that we construct in this program is a court case in itself. The same rules are followed to establish establish a legal sentence the same way the fiction is trying to establish knowledgeable jurisdiction, meaning knowledge comes first. Knowledge is are the facts that your eyes see, your ears hear, and what you read. That knowledge is then moved through the condition of thinking. Is is singular, are is plural. Then after you establish a thinking process where you take the stored information in your brain, just like you store information in a computer and you move it through thinking, you have to file a claim for it. The claim is then articulated either plus or minus for a contract. The contract must be written with the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, and then you must identify the terms of that correct sentence structure, and then end it with the prepositional phrase by an author or by an authorization. And anytime you deal with contract, the author is the creator of a contract. When you're dealing with trust, the trust would then end the sentence because the trust instructs the trustee on how to articulate. So the trustee is bound by the terms of the trust itself, or the Constitution, to which is going to be used in a court. All judges worldwide swear, or rather, contract support the Constitution. The Constitution means contract between two or more people in a private entity within the confinements of a closed area. And closed area means the paper itself. So you've got a dictionary, laws, rules, regulations, and codes. You've got cause of action. You've got two or more parties involved, creating persons, which means corporation, on a closed area paper. The paper must be moved as a vessel under law of the flag. Law of the flag must identify that the vessel is moving and paid its freight. Henceforth, the $1 stamp on the document. When you autograph it, you then become the postmaster authorized as the transportation to transport it between your home and the court. When the court puts a stamp on it, you sign your name through that stamp, and by doing so, you become the postmaster, banker, and judge of the fiction, as well as the fact for your stamp, which is the equity. All the sentences that are used are specifically engineered through quantum mathematics. In the same way that you write a math problem and you make a mistake, you get the wrong answer. If you write a sentence and you use the incorrect prepositional phrase, which is out of order, or you use multiple prepositional phrases, what is known as double speak, it would be like saying for the knowledge, for the fact, for the claim, for the authority. See, I'm using the same preposition, but I don't have a cause and effect. It's for the, of the, is with the, of the, with the, by the. So, and then you put your facts would be your words, supported by definition in the respected order. The website that I have up under dwmlc.com is 400 pages long. And if you look at the patterns of all the sentences, you'll just, and forget about what the nouns are, you'll see that the identical pattern is used in 400 pages. Whether I have 13 words in a sentence or I have 200 words in a sentence, the same pattern of authorization, cause and effect are brought into these sentences so that you have a linear equation of events to take place, not that you make a presumption before the fact or a conclusion before the fact. You have to organize your sentence structure with understanding. When we write policy for government, and we wrote these treaties with the United States government and other countries worldwide, our mathematical interface virtually stumped these people when they saw it for the first time. And then they brought in their 200, 250, and 300 IQ scholars that can understand quantum language at a 29 grade reading level, that stand up and say, we hereby certify that this person knows the order of operations of grammar as well as that they know the order of operations of mathematics. That gives us an edge over all competitors, because to learn this program takes hundreds of hours, and most people are not, won't take the time to compete with Russell's 50,000 hours and my 82,000 hours. And in fact, we've been at this 35 years. And I'm the oldest running guy when it comes to staying on one topic and one subject and pushing it in quantum language worldwide in any country. The website now reflects 5 billion people. That's about 90% of all your computers on planet Earth, and 150 different languages. Within the website in quantum language 50 different times, the translation that the computer sets up through Google Translator also translates quantum language into all foreign languages. If a word does not exist in a foreign language, the English word is left intact. Like prepositional phrases, Arabic doesn't use prepositions, so the English prepositional phrases are left intact, but the facts are translated into the Arabic words. Once a person wraps their head around and gets used to using the prepositional phrase, but can read their own facts in their own language, it's very easy for them to start understanding the patterns and associations of why this program is successful and why all the judges, attorneys, lawyers, barristers, and solicitors worldwide, as well as the politicians that are elected as lawyers and attorneys, are terribly afraid of us. Why the Canadian government goes ballistic over Russell and me. You know, every time we try to get up there or we try to put anything down on paper, even mailing it through the mail, they get a little bit crazy on us. So it's an ongoing battle with the people. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we're just plugging in more recording mechanisms around the camera.
All right. So when Russell and I write something, if Russell writes it, I proof it. If I write it, I send it to Russell to proof it and put his ideas into it. Collectively, we both have specialists. Russell specializes in the postal and in the grammar, or in banking. I understand what he does, and I specialize in all the court proceedings and sentence structure with the different grammars and different languages around the world. I can't read Chinese, I can't speak Chinese, I can't even write Chinese, but I can syntax it with 100% accuracy or correctness. And when the Chinese generals looked at it, and their linguistic professors could very easily follow it, and in September 2012, China came on board with this and ordered the colleges, universities, and high schools to learn this technology, because it's easier to work with 26 letters of our alphabet than 10,000 letters of their alphabet. And now that they can be guaranteed that it's a mathematical correctness, they have reason to study the English grammar and learn it. So do all the other countries around the world as they've been coming online. So we're working towards a worldwide one language and a one world order of mathematical correctness, as no one ever went to war in the history of this planet over a math problem. And when we can communicate in all these languages, mathematically certified frontwards and backwards, there won't be any reason for a person to get angry about what is said or what their faith beliefs are to start a war with another person.
Yes. When
this level of communications to a point of acceptance, ET will then make treaty with Earth to do intergalactic treaties without starting the intergalactic war. And eventually that's going to happen. I mean, we're out there sending out spacecrafts all over the place.
We're not alone.
And signals. So eventually somebody's going to listen and show up with a big force. Now we've got that object up in Greenland. And 3 of those identical spacecrafts, 55 miles wide, 2 miles high, and 300 miles long, docked on the dark side of the moon. Those people are 88 feet tall. They're called the MOIs. And that's who moved the moon 17.6 degrees out of orbit on September 20th, 2013. That's why we have 4 days of full moons every month. And if you haven't looked up at the moon lately, watch it. Because when the moon moved out of orbit in September, when that asteroid hit the moon in, I think it was February 6, 2014, without the moon being out of orbit 17.6 degrees, that asteroid would have impacted Nebraska at 41,000 miles an hour and wiped out the United States and parts of Canada. So ET wants us to be safe because we are broadcasting a good syntax. We are on the right path of enlightenment with correct communications. And as soon as enough people learn, then this thing will come full circle.
And that's what the Director's Campaign Party Rally is about, is to educate, get the word out, and give choices and chances for solutions so that we don't poison ourselves, that we communicate with ourselves in a mathematical sequence, that we can pass laws that are positive towards we the people. So we weed out the red tape instead of passing laws that place harnesses and yokes on the people. It's our job to pass laws that aid the people so the creative minds and the genius within each one of your minds can be, you can harness that genius. Now, if you're going to remain to stay lazy, that's your choice. But there are a lot of wonderful technologies and a lot of wonderful people out here that know that something's wrong. What the correct communication parsing syntax grammar does is it sets up a platform to where each and every one of you can have a chance to put your genius concepts to aid your fellow mankind through a matrilinear equation and a peaceful mechanic. And that is the real value of what we are doing, is to give the education out there, and we've been giving it for free. So
Russell and I started advertising by writing a 115-page international bank treaty in 1999, correct, establishing our Constitution, our banking treaty, our communication mathematics through the United Nations, and got 82 countries to treaty with us. Then at our own expense, printed up enough copies to cover the United Nations ambassadors and send these documents back to their respected countries. Correct. And when we traveled around Europe and when we travel around Asia, we are accepted, and people make treaty with us because this is a very positive program. So our presidency for 2016 was started 16 years ago to get to where we are today, that enough people had free material to educate, free videos to watch seminars, so that we're not a cold turkey talking to them at day number 1. They've had 15 years to study. Correct. Which should make our program acceptable. And when, you know, the day that papers to all candidates running for president. The very next day dropped out.
Hold on, maybe that'll help. You there, Dave? Oh, sorry about that, folks. It's just the way it goes. We have a lot of vested time. We have a lot of vested studies, which allow us to certify our facts. For those of you who are new to quantum grammar and correct communication, parsing, syntax grammar, the first prepositional phrase in each sentence is always your cause. The second prepositional phrase in each sentence is always your consequence, otherwise known as your effect. But anytime you start a word with a vowel followed by a double consonant, FF, it means no. So that's why we don't use the negative word. The negative word, effect. If we have more than one claimant, and there are multiple claimants in your cause, and it's a plural, then we change the verb of thinking to an R. Is a singular, R is plural. After the verb, the prepositional phrase is always a possession. And if you have multiple prepositional phrases after your verb, it always goes possession, assignment, authority, possession, authority, possession, authority. And you always have your authority at the end of your sentence at the end, taking jurisdiction with the rules of the continuance of the evidence for that duty within that sentence. I don't want to say responsibility because already means no. So the duty for the performance is built within the last prepositional phrase, the authority on the vessel contract. So these are some of the things that David is talking about when he's talking about the assignment of authority. We use the prepositional phrase by at the end. Now, if you were going to take the sentence backwards and you are moving the sentence from instead of left to right, from right to left, now the prepositional phrases change. And there's a mathematical sequence of that, which we'll get into, but let me just show you real quick how we use the opposite preposition. This is the key to the frontwards and backwards certification. So we would say, instead of being the authority at the end, and it would be by, when we take the sequence backwards, or the sentence backwards, the authority becomes a for. Now the possessive, in this particular case, becomes an of, where we had the consequence or the effect as the of above. So now you have your verb of thinking, is a singular, are is plural. And then backwards, instead of, what's the opposite of? With. So we're interchanging our prepositions, and the opposite of for is by. And the math sequence of that is, what goes in must come out. 1 plus 2 equals 3. The mirror image of that is 3 minus 2 equals 1. How do you check your problem? What goes in comes out. So what goes in? A 1 and a 3. This we place a numerical a literal value on, and we have it, we make that our fact. What goes in comes out. What goes in? The claimant. The claimant's what? The claimant's knowledge of the contract. So what goes in comes out. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 minus 2 equals 1. So then we have a plus 2 and a minus 2, the exact opposites. Well, what, and an equal sign remaining to place a value on. Well, what comes in front of the fact every time here? The article. It sets the fact. So the equal sign, in fact, is the article or the set, because we're setting our fact. It commands the authority of the fact. But what comes in front, so all we have left is a -2 and a +2, right? Because what goes in must come out. So the plus and minus are opposite. Well, what are opposites? The by and the for. You see what just happened there? I just moved by changing the preposition and keeping the command of the set of the fact. I just gave the opposite to take it backwards. So your plus and your negative are opposites. This is the value we make as our prepositional phrase. Our preposition. Because we're prepositioning you're going to have to turn that up. Sorry about the
Try again.
There are 34 positive and 34 negative prepositions,
correct.
so that they're balanced.
Correct.
As all things, you see, the grammar, even though through the Styles Manual, the government tried to bastardize this, but the original Styles Manual was a mathematical procedure, and that was written 8,500 years ago. Then the Masons got a hold of it, and they knew if they divided the preposition in the article, they would have an adverb modifier, and once you do a modifier, that's a definition of perjury.
Correct.
Which is a crime in all languages, in all cultures, in all faiths worldwide. So putting 9 billion people into a condition of criminal activity, 3 + 3 = 6, but you have the infinity of being wrong. Like the movie Matrix, Neo represented 3 + 3 = 6. Smith represented every other possibility of being wrong. That's why there were billions of Smiths, but only one Neo.
So what happened?
And when the fiction tried to overwrite the fact, it was destroyed at the speed of thought.
Correct.
Which was instantaneous, leaving only the fraud. Henceforth, Sherlock Holmes, when you remove all the things that cannot be, what is left are the facts.
Must be. So what is happening here in our sentence is that the only thing left is that the 2 and the 2. Well, what is the one procedure or the one mechanic that we have not identified here? It's the verb of thinking. But the thinking will never change the condition of the act. So the 2 then becomes your verb within the cipher code of the math interface.
Another way you can look at all this, Russell is showing you a horizontal or linear equation.
Yeah.
If you list it, take all the lines on a piece of line paper and you list it vertically, for the, of the, is, with the, by the, you then can move your words up and down the list, and it always says the same thing.
Yeah, well, I have a...
Then your brain can see a graph, and graph is mathematics, so it immediately goes from the creative side of your left brain to the logic mathematical side of your right brain, and it all becomes, you can see it both ways simultaneously. That's when you understand what's going on.
Correct. So this is what we call syntax. This is the order in which your ability to communicate is placed on paper. And so this is what gives us control, and we only use now times scenario. If you'll be a witness to the sentence up here, when I took it backwards, there's no ed suffix. The suffix is what comes at the end of a word. There's no past tense, and there's no future tense 2-0 within the construct, because we only live in the now. This is ground zero for all thinking. This is your null point for a condition of thought, for your condition of source. And so when you comprehend that you could only live now, and you're cognizant that the fiction always comes from United States in this particular location. United is a past tense adjective of coloring, and so it could mean anything, and it removes itself with outside of time and space. Therefore, those who contract with the United States have no now time control and become non-factors in the now space. or in your conscious comprehension of what that is. Dave, go ahead.
Russ, let me interject here a second. Here's a secret for all of you. Every hymn book written, doesn't matter what the faith is written in parsec. Music is mathematics. The beat to the music is mathematics. The words are all written in single syllables to go with the beat. When you syntax each syllable of the words used, you will see the vowel as a negative and the vowel and two consonants as a negative built into the music to brainwash you, so that when you get into a court scenario, you can be harvested without even being aware you're being harvested. The same thing is true for all music on the radio. When you look at the lyrics are all written in parsec and certified by an attorney to be parsec before they're allowed to be published. And the more negativity, the bigger the song is promoted on a global basis to continue the process of brainwashing. And it doesn't matter what language the music is sung in, the practice is continuous since music was invented by the caveman. So people are practicing this parsec, and they're not even aware of it. But when you take a hymn book of music from any faith that has music, and you start breaking it down and putting the words back together, looking up the definitions in the book of parsec, you're going to be appalled at how you chant to no contract, no value, all things negative. In our program, we only do performances in now time. And by doing that, we break that rhythm and we mathematically certify a new rhythm that's in now time. And that's probably one of the quickest places to learn how to deal with the illusions that the world has created for the people. Go ahead, Russ.
Yes, and so that kind of gets us into what we have here up on the board. We have grammar, or your syntax, which we have broken down. And what David and I did, which was very took a long time, we went into all the old dictionary styles manuals and all the old dictionaries. And we looked up every prefix and every suffix to identify if it was a negative condition of the state. Because we are positive beings on this planet for a performance in a positive scenario. So we get along with one another in a peaceful construct so that everybody knows the duties within the contract. And that's why we use the cause, the consequence, the verb of thinking, and the possession and the authority in the sentence, because we have an articulation for whose duty it is to comply with the matter that you've just created. And it certifies the rules of the continuance of the evidence, which is the number one thing that you must have when you go to make a determination for whose duty it is within the construct of the contract. So when you maintain the rules of the continuance of evidence, we were taught how to do it in first grade, but then they taught us never do it that way. What that means is when you learned how to write and you learned how to articulate your thought on paper, you started A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. But when they told you and you learned how to put that thought to communicate on the paper, they said never sign your name that way. Only do it in cursive. Why? Because cursive deals with necromancy. Necromancy is the black art of the communication of the dead. So as you wrote and learned and put your authorization of your knowledge on your paperwork to be passed through schools, you then learned to sign your name so you could only be a dead person creating dead thoughts, so you could never communicate when it really counts.
Then you become a slave to be harvested.
Correct. Correct. And
By the way, the United States government does not teach cursive writing anymore in any school in America.
Correct.
That's after we made that public. What they were doing, nobody said they wanted to practice witchcraft, so they took it out of the school systems.
Correct. So this is why we block print our name and then we thumbprint it on our vessel contracts, on the stamps, and at the end of your matter that you've created. The thumbprint itself is a notary. It's a notary seal for the articulation of closure of who you are. Kind of like the old days when they used to move the slaves to board a ship and somebody couldn't write. So they would make them put their thumbprint down in blood and put their thumbprint down on the vessel contract to move the manifest so they could go docking in another port.
Moby Dick, Gregory Peck.
Correct. Correct.
1954.
So the mechanics of what we've studied and the mechanics of what we're teaching in the program give a science to control your thoughts. Because you, like I said, each and every one of you are accountable for what you put in your mind. The adverb verb world, like David just gave closure to, will only certify and put the frequency out for an adverb verb scenario, so that you can never maintain now-time control of your facts. So what we're teaching is a form to control your mind on what you allow to commune in and out of your lives. The qualification of syntax has already been laid before you. The governments of our world are very knowledgeable in this program. They have watched the videos, they have watched the certifications in the courtrooms by David and myself. There have been many people that have tried it, and we tell everyone, stay out of the courtroom. It's a foreign vessel in dry dock. The courtroom and the court paperwork is your contract. Those foreign vessels are under yellowfinch flags under ailing. The vessel itself is docked on a contract known as the foundation. The foundation got its position from concrete and manifests dealing with adverb verb money, adverb verb barters and trades, to harvest adverb verb people, or an adjective pronoun people. You all have claims of the life. You are learning how to get claims of the life with the program, so you can't be harvested within their foreign vessels. You cannot be dragged into their foreign vessels. All state governor's office in the United States fly the spire on top of the state flags. The spire suspends the contract and the constitution of that specific state, which suspends all state rights. If state constitutions were valid, each state would have their own money. They do not, because each citizen of the state is registered as a postal employee with the United States Postal Service. The United States Postal Service lost jurisdiction of its contract capability on November 2nd, 1999. It then vacated its constitution and vacated the trusteeship for the presidency in the 2000 Florida Chad election. The federal government and the federal employees had to vacate the rules of the continuance of evidence. This was the Florida Chads and going outside the guidelines of the Constitution of the United States, which did not exist anymore. It was used as a banking timeline because the grammar was all modified. They were very cognizant of this. What they were not prepared for is myself and David to position ourselves as postmasters for certification on the bills of the lading with the correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar, contract, constitution, which was filed by me under labeling with as the Postmaster-General of the United States of our World Corporation. The United States Postal Service then vacated its position in compliance with Title 39, Section 101, subsection A, subsection B. What that means is they physically had to leave the District of Columbia for more than 18 days. And that was the scenario that they created, because under trust timelines, it's a 3-day rescission, 5-day communication back, or publication, 10-day communication back, which is 18 days. When they go outside that parameter, they break the rules of the continuance of evidence. And that's what they attempted on on the 2000 election with the election of a pre-simulation denture president who had no assignment of authority. And this was what gave David and I carte blanche, because we had knowledge to walk into the U.S. Treasury on January 15th of 2002 and command them to take down the flag. The flag that they were flying at the U.S. Treasury's office was not to be registered or recognized anywhere in the world. However, when they brought in the head...
1 to 2.25.
Correct. So David and I, they tried to arrest us, and of course we were giving them closure on the syntax and the grammar. They kicked out all Treasury agents, brought in the head of U.S. Secret Service, who specifically told David and myself that it's corporate policy of the United States government to hire stupid people. That way the people on top are not accountable for what these dummies do. They said, you two guys are not stupid. They lowered their hoist of the flag, and they put up the Title IV 1 to 1.9 grammar flag at that time. And it was correct. They did it correct. It's unfortunate that they kept their Treasury employees stupid, and then they engaged in theft and some other moves at that time simultaneously. So we don't want to get into that because some of that stuff's classified, and I'm not.
When Obama was sworn in the first day, there were 4 flags hanging in front of the White House. They were 1 to 2.25 flags with blue square fields, making them all 4 military. There was a circle of stars, which was New World Order. There was a single star for a One World Order. There were 50 stars, which was a Treasury flag. And then there was another one that had an X of stars. I never was able to figure out what that one was supposed to represent. Yeah. But when we went down to Atlanta, Georgia in 2002, and we put on a seminar in Atlanta, and we told them that the contract that Lee and Grant signed was written in adverb verb and said nothing, that Lee had a gun to his head under Title 15, Title 28, Section 1359 collusion, which vacates contract, and it was fiction, that the sovereign states of the South could not be threatened by a bankrupt corporation of the North because there's no continuance of joinder using force. The Confederate flag went up the next day on all Capitol buildings in the southern states. And the independence of the southern states to this day has always been recognized by that statement. And after November 2nd, 1999, all 50 states became independents from the District of Columbia because of false, misleading statements on the Constitution, which now expired. The United States of America Corporation, in its creation, still was practicing fiction because attorneys were writing the documents. So the independence of the 50 states still was intact. And on the 8th of March 2013, Hawaii left the United States as a sovereign nation when it was at the end of their second international bankruptcy. And within 3 days, there was a Category 2 hurricane held off a big island to threaten the Hawaiian people that if you don't renew your bankruptcy, we're going to smash the island with a hurricane. When the Hawaiian government told the government of the United States to blow it out your ear, a Category 2 hurricane completely dissipated in 45 minutes and became sunny blue skies. That's the first time in the history of weather something like that ever happened.
Horrible.
Exactly 180 days later, a double set of hurricanes was created for this first time in history, following 72 hours apart under the 72-hour rescission act of Title 15, Section 1635A. The first one brushing the island as a threat, the second one completely missing the island and going north and being dissipated. Again, a double threat, didn't take any action, and Hawaii is now sovereign from the U.S.
All right, well now we're going to get more into flag protocols and some of the things that David and I have done for the director's campaign rally. One of the things that was done, of course, was at the United Nations. Another thing that was done was our filings when the federal government left the District of Columbia in the 2000 presidential election. A third thing that was done, it was on February 20th of 2003, David and I filed in as joint muster-masters through the Secretary of the Navy's office for the superintendents of grammar fraud within the construct contracts of the U.S. Pentagon and all soldiers that were postal employee soldiers within their subsidiaries, U.S. Army, U.S. Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Coast Guard. So these were done in a position to where when we syntexed the electoral college votes grammar syntax for the adverb world and filed it with all 50 states, because all 50 states were at war, but none of them had their own money. None of them had their own fee for freight for the bills of the ladings. When David and I autographed the stamp, it became the equity for that vessel grammar flag to be lodged and journaled at the Secretary and the Elections Commissions for each territory and each state. The next thing that was done by David and I is we filed as a foreign condition of the state through the United States Department of the State's office as a condition of the state for grammar and a condition of state for flags. The flags gave it the authorization because the rules of the continuance of the evidence had been maintained by David and I through the past 20 years. So it gave us a foundation to be here today as in a Graham Directors Party campaign rally to educate the citizens of our world if they choose to join with our grammar construct. Anything else on flag that we can think about right now, Dave?
Anytime you put a spire, if the eagle's wings are up, like on the dollar bill, it's a postal authority. If the wings are down, it's a phoenix under Vatican banking. The spire would be military court-martial, the ball would be advertising, and the acorn would be for parades. However, anything you put on top of the flag, including a can of Coke or Pepsi, cancels the flag itself. The flag must be completely free of any ornaments above it, any ropes on it, or any decorations like yellow fringe placed around the flag. When we went to the United Nations, Russell and I witnessed that all 200 countries had yellow fringe around their flags, which was advertising postal authority and giving up their independence under a one world order. And the post office was established on the 22nd of October, 1871 as a New World Order.
Correct. Another thing that David and I have done is we went back to the original nativity following the money, following the bankruptcy from Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was a triple agent working for the French and British and the U.S. government simultaneously. We went to Independence Hall. Independence Hall was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is the location where they placed their original construct for government. But because the government ceased to exist, the nativity location of that government was the Benjamin Franklin Post Office. David and I, on December 12th, 2012,
21st of December, first day of 21,
first day of winter on the winter solstice.
2012, Mayan calendar. End of the world. The being an adverb, making world a verb. The end of the world a verb.
Correct. Inside the Benjamin Franklin Post Office, something very unique was happening. They had no flags flying, but they had decoration flags, state flags on the wall, but there was nothing flying at the, no flags flying at the post office, because it was the nativity location for grammar, or for flag and grammar, and the cargo and freight for cargo were the words on contract. So David and I filed in under the Benjamin-Franklin-Postal-Court and made claim for the flag and for the nativity location of the United States government. And this supersedes all U.S. courts in the United States by 14 years. And
I'm holding up the 12/21/2012 order opening of the court in Russell's and I, my oath of office as federal postal judges.
Correct. And this is a foundation point, and it was very, very neat because we got to go into the museum of Benjamin Franklin, which was closed to the public, and they let us spend about an hour and a half in there looking at his private notes and his private memoirs on postal mechanics.
It was closed at the time we were there, but they ordered it open because we were both federal judges.
Correct. And in our passports, they put their Benjamin Franklin postage stamp seals in our passports for clearance to dock the vessel. When we autographed their Benjamin Franklin postal stamp, and we put their Benjamin Franklin postal stamp on our opening of the Benjamin Franklin Postal Court as federal postal judges in compliance with Title 28, 636 consent, because David and I both had knowledge of what we were doing, it gave us authorization to supersede the U.S. judicial system by 14 years. So we are nativity controllers and directors of the judicial system on this continent.
And Canada.
And Canada. Because Benjamin...
And then we prosecuted the England Oversight Committee for appointing Benjamin Franklin a federal postal judge in fiction with a fiction order, and reprimanded them under a Title 42, 1986 for knowledge of a crime under Title 18, 1001, which is fictitious conveyance of language, false and misleading statements, and deprivation of rights under coloring of the law.
For I concur.
Because we had signed confession of criminal activity, and it was engineered, not an accident, our paperwork and quantum then had jurisdiction over and above their illusion.
For I concur. So that is another foundation for our run here in the 2016 election. And now we're going to kind of take a few minutes to answer any questions that the audience may have. Are there any questions?
Not right now, though. It's been awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Well, it was not easy to uncover the maze. Some of the communications and some of the things that David and I have witnessed in the past 20 years, Dave 35 years, if you didn't go witness it for yourself, you wouldn't believe it, because it was so bizarre. We've seen things where we've had court systems like the United States Court of Claims in D.C. put Illuminati stamps on their documents in reverse mirror image, where you'd have to look at it in a mirror to actually read what it said. We went down to the U.S. Department of Engraving to find out who authorized this stamp. Of course, there was no authorization. They said it was falsely placed on there by the U.S. Court of Claims, therefore disqualifying the U.S. Court of Claims for Ponzi scheme for false advertisement of who they weren't. And we came through that trap. What are some of the other traps that we've come through, Dave, that we've seen?
Well, they sent us a letter to invite us to the U.S. Court of Federal Claims, but when we syntaxed the letter, we found out it was a trap to arrest us for trespassing on a foreign vessel. Then the person that somebody took a Benjamin Franklin Federal Postal stamp from 1775, which had been broken, and stamped it onto our paperwork backwards. we've then put it in the mirror to get the correct image, creating our own federal postal stamps for Russell and I. And then that took us on a rabbit trail, lasted about 4 months. And we created all the documents that was necessary to order open Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court and establish a court system with correct grammar, like he said, in July 4, 1775. Now that's 1 year under maritime law of salvage before the July 4, 1776 date. And the United States Supreme Court was created in 1799. So we were 25 years ahead of the court system, and under Title 42, 1986, we were grandfathered 25 years before the court system was established, because a fact always overrides a fiction. So we are the superior, in a superior position. Then in 2005, when Russell I and Janice Logan and Mark Martin, not Mark Martin, that was Mark.
I think it was Gordy. Who was with us then? Well, you.
Mark's last thing.
Mark.
He was our tip step. Went to the Supreme Court. We stood in front of the cameras in front of the Supreme Court building on the sidewalk, and one of the Supreme Court sent 12 marshals from the Supreme Court to stand on step number 1 and stand shoulder to shoulder while we conducted court. And lost his balance, and when he fell off the first step onto the sidewalk, all 3 of us spun around and deputized him as our tip staff to stand to attention. He held the American flag for 2 hours while we prosecuted the 9 Supreme Court judges for failing to have an oath of office, a drogue law, a sea pass, and a sea treaty to dock the vessel of the Supreme Court building on planet Earth. Correct. We then ordered him to carry that document into the Supreme Court and file it. It was then filed, and then the 9 judges took their position in the court, in the benches, and invited Russell and I to come in. When we walked in front of the 9 judges, we said, "You guys get off your chairs and come down on our plane and we'll talk to you." And their response was, "We are comfortable in our location." So Russell and I looked at each other and said, "There's just 9 actors in front of us." We gave them no respect, turned around and walked out. William Rehnquist, O'Connor Day, and 2 other judges resigned. Congress had to meet that night at midnight. 7 of 9 must always be seated. 2 of the judges came back, and Day and Rehnquist stayed out. Rehnquist died 6 weeks later from a heart attack, and Day was reappointed as the only woman judge a year later under the rescission law. So we were the first guys in the history of this country to remove a Supreme Court judge from the bench.
Correct. And the way
that's the kind of power we wield now, and it's respected globally.
When we went and took down the U.S. Supreme Court, David and I had been a number of years before to the Vatican, and we had learned certain mechanics watching different trials and studying different mechanics used by judges in the United States to defeat the citizens. One of the mechanics that we witnessed, which was in the Montana Freeman case back in the 90s, was Judge Burns stood up from the bench and said, "You people can't see what you're doing." S-E-E. Well, what in fact does that mean? If you look in your Black's Law dictionaries, which have no continuance of the evidence with our contracts, because each one of our words contracts has a built-in dictionary to it to identify the closed court vessel contract. But in the sea treaties, and to see something, it was to look through the bishops and the Pope's authorization. So what David and I did is we mailed ourselves into Vatican City to articulate our definition and under a lighthouse treaty through oblast triangulation. Now, I'm not going to get into the ley lines of obelisk triangulation today, out of courtesy of those people who still hold that to be their construct. But
Russell was the first person to be mailed from the United States without a passport or driver's license, registered mail to Europe and back.
yeah.
And I was the postmaster transporting them.
So what we did is we filed a Sea Treaty, SEE, and we identified the syntax as what we could see. The character symbol usuries of the alphabet, the character symbol usury of the mechanics of sine, cosine, plus, minus, divide, and the mathematical equal sign to create sums and differences. We also identified the fee for freight for postage stamps as our ability to move our vessel contracts as well as our flags. We met with Cardinal Angelo Sodano at the Secretary of the State's office at the Vatican. We syntaxed their log books to come into their foreign vessels in dry dock. We logged in our CPAS, our post road treaties, with the post office nearest the diplomatic consular post of the Vatican City. The Vatican City itself, because it was cognizant of how addresses work to create bank ledger debts for all homes and locations on the planet, had positioned theirself under a GPS of space coordinates. One small problem, mathematically, the sequence of Michelangelo and the construction of St. Peter's Basilica was fraudulently erred. The error by Michelangelo was that the mathematical sequence of creating their light energy obelisk triangulations for movement of matter, they built a concrete dome. One small problem with that, Earth is a vessel in the sea of space, and we're moving through time and space. Should have been made of glass. Should have been a planetarium. Then it would have let as Earth moves, it would have let the light pass through their triangulations and through their mechanical Masonic rituals to create their compass rose and their ley lines and the mechanics of what they were doing. Because David and I gave full closure and of what we were seeing in St. Peter's Cathedral on the ley lines, on the gargoyles and the different basilisks holding the sands of time.
The Kai?
And
the Kai with the tail?
The Kaifas, you bet. Dealing with the Kai, we were cognizant that it was a position to control time, and we filed as key masters of the location, so anybody who was doing business with the Vatican could not be in joinder with our position, and gave us solitary control of the grammar on their contracts. The Secretary of the State's office concurred with what we had said. They gave us Catholic cardinals and different bishops who walked around the foyers and walked around the ley lines and the mechanics of what was going on there and all the tomfoolery with that. And they concurred that we were the two people that had punched a hole through this thing. And because of that, those corporations and businesses who are doing business with the Vatican, David and I have authorization as corporate witnesses and postmaster banker to correct the styles of grammar within the construct of those doing business with Vatican City, because it is a fraudulent location and they're doing fraudulent grammar, which means they have no assignment of authority to do anything on the planet. What the Vatican did in response is they immediately, that Pope was removed from office, he died off. They moved to conclave. They moved to 19 days instead of 18 days on the publication of the Pope, which then broke the rules of the continuance of evidence for their see, and gave David and I complete authorization to use the triangulations to move the militaries and move the contracts from point A to point Z on this planet, or through the galaxy if we went galactic on our Galactic Postal Union in Parse Syntax Grammar, as well as using So they broke the continuance in conclave, moved to 19 days, and then when that pope died, or was removed from office, then they did a 3 and 10 day, which means it's a 3-day rescission, 10-day communication back, and they joined with that no authorization to create no authorization to don't exist as a pope. So follow the timelines, get in your Wikipedias, study the mechanics of what is going on in contract, because everything is about contract, and everything is right in front of you if you know how to cipher the codes of banking. Go ahead.
When it comes to the timelines, all 250 countries worldwide use the timelines, and that goes back 8,500 years.
Yeah, this is timelines. CPAS are your ship's papers, and they claim your neutrality. And they post your roads. The CPAS itself is symbol usury. Symbols we use, SYM. You see what I'm saying? The symbols of using the ability to communicate. Symbols can also be identified as hieroglyphics if you comprehend what's going on, and if you can certify the fact that when you're dealing in those specific locations, you have the authority through your ability to communicate and the knowledge basis which you bring. Each condition of state is solitary condition, and it breaks the continuance of evidence from person to person, because each knowledge base is different on this planet. So your knowledge is different, and your will and your capability to create thought is different. Your ability to communicate with Mari and prove yourself into a condition of state. If Mari so chose, if he was satisfied with the knowledge, he could make that sovereign choice, because that is what this program is looking for, is each and every one of you are a sovereign amongst yourselves. Your ability to use grammar and communication in correct form creates your ship's papers. Your ship's papers are what are carried upon you as you move yourself from point A to point B. Typically your passport, your driver's licenses, and the identification credentials of who you are. And the ship's papers are your credentials. These must be carried upon you at all times to identify who you are. You can move yourself into correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar by posting your roads, identifying yourselves through your claims of the life as a factual claimant, as a factual being, because you have knowledge of grammar, you have knowledge of what's going on hieroglyphically, and you can identify what is happening around you. Your minds are clean, your thought process is sound, and you're conscious of what goes into your vessel, what goes in. We're teaching to be clean. We're teaching that, we're going to move to, in our healthcare system, for our foreign policies and for the things that we choose to do, we're going to give the citizens the choice to cure themselves. We don't call doctors doctors. Doctors all are practitioners. People that practice need to stay on the practice field and not get in the game. So that's how we look at it. Doctors are no longer doctors. You are balancers, because this is a chemistry issue. We are conscious beings on who we are in our health, and we have the choice to choose how we want to balance our lives. And no corporation will interfere with our skill set to create cures that balance this equation. And is up to the citizen and your ability with your claim of the life to choose to vote for correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar, to allow that health to come into your minds. And this is what's very valuable. This is why one of the many reasons why I use correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar, because we comprehend the frequency war and the communication battle that we're in. And everything, the fiction wants to say it's based upon the magnetic flux that holds everything together. And it's the verb that's in constant motion. But it's your skill set and your capability for your mind to comprehend that you have to see the verb, which now conceptually controls that fact. So the noun or the fact has jurisdiction over that magnetic flux and your skill set to control that. And that goes with the harmonics of what is going on this planet, and we'll get into that. Is David with us? Yeah, Dave's with us. So that also is very valid in our positioning here for the director's campaign. Are there any questions so far on drogue law? Drogue law are going to be your timelines. There's timelines that occur in contract. The first timeline that you have to be cognizant of is 3-day mailing. As you place your contract in the mail and you register your vessels with the federal postal system and you pay your fee for freight, the post office itself acts as a switching waybill station to place things into transit waybill station. What that means is they're just a courier, and as you pay the equity for fee for freight for your bills of the ladings, and you transship them, that means you move them from your vessel. You are the shipper. As shipper of your contract, shipper is the owner of the contract. As the owner of the contract, you pay the equity and the trust of that freight forwarder to now turn around and freight forward your contract from point A to point B, the location which you choose to give your 3-day rescission to. So you have the first part of drogue law is your 3-day mailing into what's called 3-day scission time. Not rescission, because the prefix re means no. So you have 3-day mailing. And this is just time. We're going to start with timelines, and we're going to break each one of these criterias down, because each one of these criteria is valid in your capability to comprehend what you're doing out here. It's my job as a director to make sure that you have full closure so you can make the choice to vote me in. Vote David in. Be cognizant that we want to do the right thing, not only for the planet, but for ourselves as well. So, 3-day mailing. And then into a 3-day rescission. Next thing we have federally is what's called 5-day notice. We call it 5-day publication.
Just further clarification, the 3-day mailing and the 3-day rescission is not the same thing. It's 3 plus 3.
It's 3 plus 3, which equals 6. Correct, sir. Correct. 5-day notice, or publication, reported, into a 10-day communication back.
Day of conflict does not count as a day of mailing.
Correct.
And a 5-day notice with a 3-day mailing is actually 8 days, but those are classified as working days. Saturdays and Sundays don't count when it comes, or holidays when it's a state action. Only federal actions are continuous, but that's a continuous 20-day.
Correct. So when you're going to go into your foreign vessels in dry dock, you want to and you're setting yourself to go into a courtroom scenario, into a foreign vessel, or you're setting yourself up to give closure to vessels. Like in this particular case, to be here, I have my bills of the ladings here, right? They went to U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Department of State, and the Federal Elections Commission, because we're in a campaign rally and I'm giving full closure to them and maintaining the rules of the continuance of evidence. David and I filed for our campaign rally for 2016 on December 31st. Because it was a federal holiday, the next day it goes to 3-day mailing situation, so day of filing doesn't count. The holiday hits the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. 3-day rescission to the 8th, right? But nothing becomes law for 1 year, 1 day. which is January 1st. I gave notice on January 27th of this year. That's where my fee for freight was paid for my bill of ladings. 3 days, they all got it on January 2nd. Three-day rescission timeline is January 5th. 5-day notice today. So we are correct on how we brought ourselves to be jointly here today to be on a campaign rally. We maintain the rules of the continuance of the evidence. So as federal postal judges, we both can concur that we're correct. And that's what gives us the authorization in drogue law to present the Directors Party campaign rally for all of you listening today. Thank you. Know the truth and the truth shall set you free. Be correct. Okay, any questions on the timelines right now? Does anybody have any questions? Sorry about it gets a little short here and I don't have a big board. Yes, Murray.
Well, I don't have a question, but I do want to state thank you for all that you have done and all that you do to maintain the closure.
Absolutely. Well, that's... well, as a director running in 2016, I feel it's my job as your public servant to make sure that the citizens who vote me in, I maintain a public servant position with each and every one of you. So.
Thank you.
See, this technology, even though it's being advertised here in the United States, will also be advertised in Canada, and the Canadian people will rise up against the fiction of the government and force their government to follow suit in quantum language, as all governments will worldwide. That's why this isn't about just the U.S. campaign. This is about fixing planet Earth.
Correct.
Because you can't have a little bit of correctness in a world of fiction. It's like driving an ice pick into a block of ice. It's going to break the whole entire block because ice can't be expanded. No more than fiction can absorb a fact.
Correct.
And the ice pick is a fact, and it's a solid scenario that it will separate it.
Correct. So now let's move into CPAS, because CPAS is very valid, especially in times now because of flying in your governor's offices and in your federal posts are the spires on top of the flag standard, which suspend the contract and the flag and move everything into a martial law scenario. Martial law is not a bad thing if you know how to contract within the construct of it. So it is bad in a point that people are getting presumptuous and they're attacking fiction people. It's sad that the fiction people don't know this program and are not cognizant that there's a remedy for their situation so they don't get harvested off the street. And that's where the CPAS comes into play. CPAS identifies three main things. It identifies the vitals of who you are. It identifies your mission to be correct, to be peaceful on this planet, and to maintain a position of neutrality within the construct of those warring around you. And the third thing that it does is it gives you post-road treaty. What that means is all of you work for the post office, every single person on the planet. And because of that, the land itself is owned in 2 Avenue Hold, which David and I syntaxed through their top clearinghouse in the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland. So what this does is it gives closure on where your vessel is going to be and how it's going to navigate itself to be correct and to be neutral during times of their war. So you want to file that with your transportation locations, with your Secretary of Foreign Ministers for each different country. You also want to file that probably with your local military command post, because that is the location that they're going to be searching on a quest for fiction people. And they're going to harvest fiction people. Factual people, because you're a fact, and they don't exist for the statement of a claim, because they'd have to have authorization between David and I, and we do not consent for the harvesting of the citizens of correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, unless the volition, the condition of mind through the sentence structures, which we'll get into, because we didn't really get into the verb of thinking, unless the condition of the mind is to harm and disrupt others. Then that turns into a different condition of the state. So your CPAS has three main criteria. It identifies who you are, your peaceful neutrality within the martial law, and the post-road location, which would be like the location where you're going to have your domicile, the location where you're going to work, how you move yourself across the roads. And you want to give closure, because that's your job under Title 42, 1986, knowledge. And you're not negligent, because you're going to give the public safety officers closure of what it is that you're doing, so they're not afraid and disarmed. They are very cognizant of David and I. They know this program very, very well. Very well. And we wouldn't be here right now if we weren't correct. I give you my word on that. The next thing that you want to be able to identify is your seed treaties. And we kind of went over this. This is your symbolism, your numerical ciphers, your ability to communicate, and you give closure on that. Most of you carry your seed treaty on you every day. You just don't know it. And that's your all-seeing eye on your $1 bill, your seed treaty, right? You can't see what you're doing. So now this gives you closure on being able to see what you're doing. The next thing that you must carry is your ship's papers. The ship's papers are a culmination of all three being correct. Your ship's papers must be carried upon your vessels to identify who you are. It also identifies the health and that you're not carrying any infectious diseases. So one thing that we do tell is that you want to have your clean bills of the health, and then you syntax them, you salvage them through your knowledge, and you rewrite that in correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, to identify the spection on your health, so you can't be quarantined. And that is all part of your credentials and what makes us up of who we are. Specifically today, on my director's campaign contract, I have my passport and my passport number. And that gives the closure, because I did the 3-day notice and 5-day publication through the Secretary of State's office as an amicus curiae and as a letter of the rogatory for the Director's Party campaign to be a valid campaign to run for director's position here today. So that sums all these 4 things up. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Mari.
On the CPAS, you mentioned 3 things, and it sounded to me like we could narrow it down to who, where, and with the third one, movement?
Movement, yeah, movement. Say you wanted to go a specific, say you wanted to catch a plane to Switzerland, right? So you would give manifest that you are going to move your vessel on such and such a date, and you're going to be coming back at such and such a time, right? And then when you're in Switzerland, that you're going to stay neutral, peaceful, you know, the criteria of that, communication and parsing, syntax, grammar.
The posting of the roads.
Posting of the roads, yes, sir.
And then again, this, for elaboration on the sea treaty, it's a contract stating
that one's perception of residual imagery and usury claims on the symbolism which is around us, so that you're identifying what syntax is, and then you're breaking it down. That's a quanta, which is pluralism's form, breaking it down to its least common denominator under rules 1 and equal, giving closure of least common denominator.
So it is written, so it shall be done, which means the paper becomes an independent vessel. The vessel is closed. The closed means court. So the contract of the court then becomes the established private vessel superseding government fiction. When anybody that signs on to the private vessel of paper under quantum language is not subject and cannot be interfered with by the fiction of any court, attorney, lawyer, barrister, or solicitor, because that private contract supersedes their illusion.
Correct.
And the paper is also a level plane. If you have more than one sheet of paper, it must be bonded with super glue. You can either stitch it, rivet it with rivets, or you can glue it together. And once it's bonded, it's classified as one sheet of paper. When I went to the archives of Hawaii at the Iolani Palace, all the old documents going all the way back to the 1800s with the whaling ships and the different countries that came to Hawaii had a single hole punched through the center of the paper with a ribbon that tied all the loose pieces of paper together, now making it a stitched bonding. Even though it was one ribbon, it's still classified under the laws of bonding, and it became a legal document. Later, mechanical rivets were used. Even Janet Reno sent me a document, which I still have today, which was 2 pages long, and it was riveted with 6 3/8-inch brass rivets to say, you want bonding? I'll give you a bonding. And but we do it with super glue and ordinary staples. The maritime law of staple does not bond a document together. We use the mechanical staple to hold the paper in place while the glue sets up, and when it does, you then have a bonded document. Once you have a bonded document, you are then an author, and you are authentic, and now you can talk on a witness stand as an authority of whatever you wrote, provided your paper is bonded together. Even if you filed a lawsuit without bonding it, it's loose paper, and it is only your subjective interpretation as an opinion, which means no contract. So if you ever wish to take the witness stand to testify about your own research in quantum or any other topic that you specialize in, you must bond the document together, file it with the clerk of the court first as a bonded document, making you the authority to speak about the words on your paper, and they can't stop that. Then you are not an opinion. Little trick you should know.
Correct.
They won't tell you, they'll just disqualify your testimony and won't allow this to go in front of me.
Also, it breaks the
Which there's always 2 planes in the jury box. The first plane and the second plane are 6 inches difference because they're not equal. So you have 2 6-man petite juries, which is illegal. All 12 jurors must be on the same plane at the same time to make it legal. That's why the judge can always overrule a jury and throw out whatever this decision is and free the individual or send the individual to jail based on his opinion. But then the judge is not in the court either. He's on a plane. If you call him on planes, then he has to stand on the same plane as everybody else in order to issue a judgment. But judgment, when you look it up, is an opinion which vacates the order. Order is a vowel 2 consonants, which says no contract. So he has to write a quantum contract on the same plane at the same time with a jury of 12 sitting at the same table on the same plane to make it legal, which they will never do. Russell and I do that, though, when we hold court.
Yeah, we maintain the rules of the continuance of evidence. When you have a stapled document, it breaks the continuance of evidence. When it's bonded, you have a continuance and an authority to make a command based upon the facts and based upon the volition of those in and out of that contract.
We have 50 stars on our flag because there are 50 procedures to get anything correct. If you have 49 correct and 1 wrong, you're still out to lunch.
Correct.
So it requires a lot of study, a lot of memorization, a checklist of how to get it correct.
Right. Well, I think now is a good time to maybe break for lunch for an hour, and we will come back and get into the second part. Now that we have a foundation of the Directors Party, we will get into some of the solutions that the Directors Party is giving a chance for your minds to hear and make choices on if you choose to vote correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar into the governmental forums of each respected country.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I'll call you back in like an hour. Some of the, we ready?
Yeah.
Some of the concerns were some of the experiences that some of the guys from Canada have had recently dealing with foreign vessels and dry docks, dealing with courthouses. The courthouse itself is just a pile of bricks, which is foreign to you and foreign to itself under the yellow fringe flag and the things that they are not doing correct. Now, a foreign contract or a foreign vessel, being the courthouse, pile of bricks, is kind of like being in international waters. You got to have your ship's papers to be there. And you've actually got to be summoned by them to be there. If you're not summoned by them, you don't have an appointment to be there. So what we want to give closure on, it's like because of the bankruptcies and all the things that you are not involved with directly because you have claims of the life, that vessel is like being in international waters. The contract's only good for 12 miles from the foreign vessel and dry dock. I'll let Dave give a little bit more closure on that because he's very smooth at that.
When we went into tip staffing and we studied what a tip staffing was all about, the tip staff for a sheriff's department only has 12 miles from the vessel and dry dock. After that, they're in international waters without an authorization. So they still go ahead and contract themselves out to a real estate agent or to a second courthouse, putting on their uniforms and acting like they're within their oath or jurisdiction, and that's a bold-faced lie. But people have been brainwashed to recognize their uniforms, their gloves, their tasers, their guns, and their clubs to be afraid and be intimidated to lose or to move from their location. But if you go ahead and you research what a sheriff is and what sheriff pays attention to or signs an oath to is a judge in this foreign vessel and dry dock. Your government may be in bankruptcy, but a foreign vessel and dry dock is there by bills of lading with the port authorities, and those port authorities are protected by the Department of Transportation, which is controlled by the post office. The post office owns the treasury, prints the money, and pays everybody's wages accordingly. But as far as the continuance of evidence goes between a bankrupt corporation and a foreign vessel and dry dock, all the money that the courthouses collect, they keep for themselves to buy sheriff's cars, pay the sheriff's wages, pay for the upkeep of the prison system, to buy food and supplies for the prisoners that are in jail. So the entire prison system is an independent private contractor globally to keep the public of the bankruptcy safe from people that are outside that jurisdiction. If they won't listen to the community's civil procedures, then they take them out of the civilian population and put them into the prison or court system's private corporation, just like private, PRI or PRISON. The word private, VA means value, and TE is contract. So you have a no value contract because they're paid $1 a day or 10 cents an hour. They tax them, take out their food and supplies, and so they're paid one whole dollar, making them a corporate employee, and corporate employees can't sue the corporate employer. And that's how the prison system run as a corporate entity, making a profit, billing the time at $65 an hour, but then only paying $1 for the slave labor that's taking place for somebody that has contracted themselves in as a plea bargain to a prison system. When we want to make changes within the legislature, the Congress, or the Senate, we, in the past, were writing quantum treaties with the government. Then the lawyers picked it up, or the attorneys picked it up and said, well, you've got to go through this agency before the Congress, the Senate, and the legislature can vote on it, to put it on a referendum to be voted on. And even though you wrote the document with complete, correct correct prepositional phrases, the lawyers go in, the attorneys go in, and they remove every other preposition and every other article, creating an adverb-verb illusion, which the elected 90% of the Congress, Senate, and the legislature are going to vacate what they don't like because they know it's fictitiously conveyed, and you're not part of the good old boys club. So the Federal Postal Court is an independent country that doesn't go that route. We take it to the public through the internet, and we let the public, the sheer numbers, through a class action. We currently have a foreclosure class action of 600 cases right now. And the Senate Oversight Committee had to put the Securities and Exchange on carpet. So did the same thing with the DOJ, and Eric Holder lost his job. And the Securities and Exchange had to file a 38-page brief dedicating 2 pages to, we can't understand what David Miller is saying. Even though they wrote the entire 38 pages in adverb-verb and went ahead and the Senate, which are made up of attorneys, are going to go ahead and support that illusion, and so you're getting nowhere. They're pretending like they're actually doing something, but in fact they are not doing anything. They're still protecting what they learned in school of how to be a fiction. If they go ahead and admit that they've lied for 237 years, every prisoner in prison has to be set free, and they have to pay penalties of $75,000 an hour for false arrest based on fraudulent laws, rules, regulations, and codes. And then the police, the sheriffs, the lawyers, the attorneys, and the judges all become the organized crime criminals of society. There are more people than... Currently, 11% of the population of the United States is under arrest, on probation, or in prison. That's more than the entire planet put together. I mean, it's crazy here, the way they run business. But it's slave labor for the betterment of the court system's retirement fund. Now, the World Court in 38 independent countries have created a common law court system to find the United States guilty of false and misleading statements, and that they don't exist because they're a criminal organization. At the same time, they filed those lawsuits in adverb fiction, which says nothing. How does fiction sue fiction? It's nonsense. The BRIC corporations, BRIC, 197 countries are signed on for gold, silver, and platinum as a foundation of money versus the U.S. debt. And the International Monetary Fund, the number 26 with 213 zeros after it, saying this is what we have in our treasury, but it's not a treasury, it's just debt. Now in the Muslim world, they're not allowed to charge interest on loans. They're only allowed to charge rent. And under Title 15, Section 1639A, the government can fine the banks 4 times the amount of interest that they have billed the people, 65 million mortgages for false and misleading statements, and mortgages that they have to pay back 4 times the amount of interest they collected. That's a sizable amount of money. So, as of about 2 years ago now, all the new mortgages that are written, or deeds of trust, are written for rent. And the first two words in all these mortgages is the tenant pays rent. And so they capture your down payment. They can't give you title to your land because there's never been a correct sentence, structured communication, parse, syntax, treaty, trust, contract, land patent,
or anything on any lands in North America under the laws of Ailing, A-I-L-I-N-G, because they killed the native Indians that were here, stole their land, committed war against them, and then sold it to unsuspecting foreign investors.
Correct.
When Obama was prosecuted by the Republican Party as muster and plenipotentiary judges under treaty with the United States government, the lawsuit, when it was presented to me, was completely written in adverb verb. So and Obama's been trained by Clinton for almost his 8 years he's been in office, and Clinton's had, since 97, about 17 years with me, and so has Hillary. So Clinton and Obama have been staying real close to each other, because Obama, when he looked at the Republicans, written by attorneys, lawsuit in adverb verb, just smiled and said, "This is a lot of nonsense, I don't have to pay any attention to it," because he understood syntax.
Right.
The American people, though, look at this and they get all excited. Wow, we're finally going to get rid of Obama. They're not going to get rid of anybody. As long as fiction keeps suing fiction, nothing is going to change.
Correct. Well, we're going to look a little bit now at why you carry these papers here, your ship's papers, into foreign vessels and dry docks. And basically, because the foreign vessel is foreign, what Dave has just explained there is that the judge and the sheriffs only have jurisdiction 12-mile radius from that foreign vessel and dry dock. It's only the lack of education by those other judicial systems that co-conspire with the judge who makes a fraudulent order, because order is, again, a vowel followed by two consonants, which means no. And so there's no duty within that, and so he's totally immune from what he's doing, and the judge knows that he's using fraudulent grammar and he can't be prosecuted because everybody's engaged with usury with him. In Angus's case, when the judge kidnapped him and dragged him onto the foreign vessel and dry dock, and he had his passport, he had the answers because they kept on traversing with him in subject matter. What that meant is they kept on saying, "You said this, you said this, you said this." Angus's answer should have been, "Your Honor, does 2 + 2 = 4? Does TO + TO = FOR? Point being, so it is written, so shall it be. Here's my passport with my claim of the life on file with Canada Post. I'm a good little postal employee, and I've autographed the stamp, which makes me postmaster of that Canada Post passport for my ship's papers to be on this foreign vessel and dry dock." Have you done that, Your Honor? Are you the postmaster in your passport to be on this foreign vessel and dry dock? Have you logged your flag in with Canada Post at the nearest post office to this foreign vessel and dry dock to be here and make rulings today, Your Honor? You know, and he's under a lot of pressure, and they put the pressure on, they scream, they yell, they jump up and down. They've got the threat of the guns and the clubs, and it all looks real official, but it's not.
Remember when you went to school, the loudest bully on the school ground was the guy flunking all subjects because he couldn't win with intellect. He tries to scare you with force, and they're no different in the courtroom. They try to talk over you, scream at you, intimidate you, scare you into shutting up because you're making them look bad in front of their peers. But if you stay on point and you're respectful or kind to them, it kind of undermines their authority. And if you ask them for a performance that you came to sue, to play in their sandbox, to perform, they can't join in the performance. They can only create the negative condition of state of an illusion.
Correct. So does anybody have any questions on Port Authorities, Department of Transportation, and how this works under foreign vessels and dry dock? No questions? Angus, you're sitting back there.
Well, it's just that we don't know enough to ask the questions.
Oh.
That's what I was just going to say. You read my mind.
Well,
See, when you study this, every question has a built-in answer, and every answer has a built-in question. So the more information you get cold turkey, or the more of these videos that are free on the internet that you watch, you formulate a very broad-based understanding. And I would recommend, if you want to really learn this, you actually go and do court watch, where you sit in different kinds of courts, traffic, criminal, divorce, and you watch how the attorneys and the lawyers and the judges interact with each other. And as you see patterns and associations, you'll see about 90% of it is total nonsense. When you listen to them talk or look at their paperwork, it's 100% fraud, because they took that oath that no law or fact could be tried in court. And they really stay on point with their negativity. So it's kind of upsetting when you acquire the knowledge that Russell and I have to sit in the courtroom. I walk into like last time I was in Honolulu, I walked in the courtroom and I gave the bailiff my business card, telling him I was the chief federal judge of Hawaii, and I just sat down. 13 cases came in, 12 felonies and 1 drunk driver, 5th offense. All 12 cases got $20 court costs, and they were set free. Because there were no laws, rules, regulations, or codes, the judge knew I knew, and I was waiting for him to go ahead and put his foot in his mouth so I could prosecute him. Then it turned around at the 13th guy. That was a serious public safety, where he had a 3.4 alcohol level, got into a car accident, put 2 people in jail, and that was his 5th consecutive drunk driving charge in 10 years. All 50 states have a mandatory 10-year prison sentence and a $10,000 fine for this kind of conduct. So the judge says, how much time should I give him? And I put 3 fingers up on my cheek. The judge says, we're going to give you 3 years of prison, not 10 years. Because he had a wife and 5 kids at home. And then it carries a $10,000 fine, and I put 4 fingers up. He says there'll be a $4,000 fine, and the district attorney says, you can't do that. That's illegal. He says, you forget who you work for. And so the judge says, write it up. So he wrote it up, handed it to the judge, and the judge goes, I ain't going to sign that. He says, well, you just ordered it. Why won't you sign it? So I held up my hand, and I wiggled my finger on it, and he says, okay, I'll sign it. You see, we were playing puppet and puppet master. And I told the judge I wasn't going to prosecute him, because the guy he needed time out. He needed to go to jail and get his life together. He's 47 years old. And because he hurt people. And he was also responsible to pay for their medical expenses and repairs of their cars. And that judgment was placed against him, and he had his license suspended for 10 years. So even after he got out of jail, he wasn't going to be able to drive a car again. So it's...
Go ahead. We have a question out here. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just let me finish.
Oh.
You were going to explain all of this stuff.
Oh, you want me to explain this?
You were going to ask questions about tip. You wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, tip staff. How do tip staff somebody?
Tip staff question. Okay, tip staffing. In order to get tip staff qualifications, I had to supply the licensing bureau in New Hampshire. It's the only place where you can get badges. And it takes 4 to 6 weeks after they got my paperwork in December 1st to be authorized as a judge with credentials and treaties with the United States government, for them to accept my ability to take a sheriff or a marshal and allow me to put a tip staff badge on these individuals. This is a voluntary program. Now, an individual who has an education in criminology, because all sheriffs and marshals must have a 4-year college degree, to get a position to carry a gun and a badge, to join our organization doesn't interfere with where they're working now. A tip staff for the Federal Postal Court only has one responsibility. If you know somebody wrote a fraudulent contract or a police report or a court order or a possession of real estate foreclosure, then that tip staff, who has the skill of syntaxing, can write up a quo warranto complaint and arrest the individual for the district attorney to go ahead and bring charges to hold trial against that individual. A tip staff is any individual, whether he's a police officer or not, that has skills in the field of syntaxing and can prove his position. If you're a marshal or a sheriff, you can make an arrest and put handcuffs. If you're a private citizen as a tip staff, you can merely show them your badge and say, I certify the fact that this document is fraud, and the district attorney then has to convene the grand jury to get it a warrant to have the sheriff's department put handcuffs and take the individual into custody. So there's limitations. When you watch the Federal Postal Court video as to how we exist for correction of grammar. Grammar controls contract, and contract controls all topics of communications, all topics in the yellow pages. So when you see fraud being used to extort money or copyright infringements or to damage another human being, then you've got your fictitious conveyance, false and misleading statements, coloring of the law. And under Title 42, 1986, for knowledge, you are authorized to stop and correct. But you are not allowed to kidnap anybody by laying a hand on them, because that's called a force. That's where you need to go to a sheriff or a marshal or a police officer.
Postal police.
Or postal police, like a postal inspector. They will work in conjunction with other enforcement agencies to come in and collectively, maybe with a SWAT team, grab the individual, take him into custody, and use the physical evidence of the paperwork that he created to show him that this is not a random act. You engineered a fraudulent document to hurt another individual and create a forceful performance with using fraud because the individual did not have enough education to stop and correct you. You took advantage of him. Now that comes under the McNulton rule, MCN, first word under M, in Black's Law Dictionary. But that law was created in 1968 after the 4th edition of Black's Law Dictionary was created. And so a lot of the police officers, sheriffs, judges, attorneys, every time they see quantum, they exercise the McNulton rule with, I can't understand anything but fiction. Which is, but when they write, their writing says they fully understand syntax because they bastardize it at 125% of what it was. It's not a business to hurt you, to damage you, to steal money from you. And that's why we've been filing these foreclosures, because they're forensic evidence to steal money. And the biggest investment any human being makes is for their home, in the form of a down payment for the mortgage, the time that they invest under their caretaker, trustee, and guardianship fees, where they should be paid minimum wage. And the judges in the courts and the bankers are trying to capture that sweat equity that you have accumulated in your property. And one of the rules of quiet titling a property is you must have sweat equity vested in that property with a GPS quantum definition of your location in order to get the quiet title approved and filed as a lis pendens. And that quiet title, if nobody challenges it with the 1 fiscal year and 3-day rescission law, you've got quiet title, and nobody can move that property.
Any other questions on tip staffing? Yes, Mark.
Well, being witness
And
to a
then-
number of things in court.
But there are 3 title websites, all in fiction. Am I back?
You're back. You're back. We
Okay.
missed some of that. There was another question. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, after watching Gary, Angus, a number of people, Bob, a number of us have tried to tip staff, sheriff, or bailiffs in the court, but we fall short when it's as it is written, so it is done.
Yes.
Because
You're not a
we're doing
federal
it-
judge. You can't tip staff anybody.
Well, you got it. When they autograph the stamp and put themselves in there and have syntaxing,
No. That makes you a judge only of that piece of paper.
correct.
And you're taking responsibility for that piece of paper only. But when you turn to a second person, the continuance of evidence is broken. To tip staff a marshal or sheriff, that's a voluntary position on their part. If they say no, they don't have to do it.
Yeah.
And they're not trained in syntax. They're only trained in guns
Yeah.
and clubs.
Yeah, adverb verb.
So you need to find a sheriff or a marshal that's willing to take courses in syntaxing and bring up to speed. Now in Hawaii, Keely Kahau has been teaching courses in syntax to police officers now for about 6 months, and she's got qualified sheriffs and marshals that are Hawaiian police officers that are willing to sign the tip staff oath and are proficient to understand and go out and get up in front of a grand jury and syntax why they made an arrest of a document to prove that this individual committed a crime using fraudulent syntax to extort money. At that point, the DA can bring back charges for prison time on that individual. But the tip staff badges themselves can be issued by myself and Russell or Monty or Keely Kahau, because we're the only ones that have produced the credentials and sent them to the U.S. government to prove our position. When Keely in Hawaii got her position certified by me after 4 years of training, we went in the Marshal Service for the federal court, and all 9 judges that sit in federal court signed her position to be a federal judge for the Hawaiian Kingdom, because they didn't have anybody that spoke Hawaiian and English and knew syntax in both languages. From that location, her husband, Dane, is also proficient in syntaxing, and he became the clerk of the court for her. And so everything that we do there, Keely runs past me to make sure I check her work before it's filed into court. And if I approve it, I guarantee you that that work is boilerplate. And when she wishes to move forward and get together a tip staff force, the whole fraudulent sheriffs who obey fraudulent orders from fraudulent judges that do not have an oath of office, then that tip staff has authorization to arrest that individual. So we did our homework. It's a slow process, but when you take somebody into custody, you better make sure you're not kidnapping somebody, or you go to prison for 30 years. So and you've got to have physical evidence to prove your position.
Any questions? Yeah, it's a whole different thing.
I know there's a lot of angry people out there, but don't let your anger get the best of you, because you're the one who'll be in jail for harming another person. Even though he's wrong, you don't have the right treaties well,
Lost you.
to make you correct. Experiences, 35 years and 82,000 hours at this, and I've been a federal judge 18 years. And the reason I'm still out here is because I do what I'm supposed to do, and I keep myself. I don't hurt people, but I get the laws are changing. They're changing slow. I get you, but they're still changing, and I'm doing this thing constructively. It's been a big job working at this for 35 years without scaring the people, without tripping and disqualifying all the money on planet Earth and creating pandemonium where people don't have a measured value for the sweat equity that they produced. The people still need their energy, their food, their shelter, their faith, their transportation, their cars, public safety. All these things have to be taken into consideration. Yeah, we got a few bad apples in the barrel, but all in all, it still functions pretty smoothly while we're making quiet changes with the 1% of the people who run the world. We don't want the general public to panic or get excited or stop doing or working. People want to get a payout for their whistleblowers. That's fine, but that's done secretly and done constructively, because if the world, all 64 million homeowners in America knew they were entitled to an $8 million paycheck, who's going to go to work?
Yeah.
How's the products going to get manufactured? How's the food going to get to market? You know, all these things, you still got to keep the machine running while you make the changes.
Anything here before I erase?
12 miles.
12 miles. It's kind of the fundamental principle that Coast Guard, when you go to leave the ocean and you go across, there's a 12-mile shoreline control mechanism for that country's customs and duty officers. Same thing holds true for a courthouse. There's no difference between the land and the radius of them being in foreign waters, international waters. Anything outside of 12 miles is basically no man's land and contract rules out there.
When you see a number on a speed limit sign, it says 12 miles to this next city, or 100 miles to this next city. That's the indication between one courthouse and another courthouse. All foreign vessels and dry dock are measured by the street signs out on the road. That's the secret behind that.
Correct. And that's why when we use GPS on our quiet titles, it's honored because we're falling outside their banking protocols and entering a place that's never been claimed before. So first come, first serve. Any other questions before I take this down and we start some syntaxing? Good? All right.
Find that the Skype had a timeout. I find that the Skype has an automatic timeout when there's no motion.
Oh.
If I move my cursor on the screen, it automatically resets it every minute. So it stays on continuous.
All right, we're going to get into a little bit of syntaxing and show you how this is relevant to your laws here. We're going to take somebody's paperwork out here under Anti-Corruption Society. Oh. The federal and state governments are not real. There's an interesting sentence.
Okay, not is an adverb, modifying the dangling participle verb real. R-E means no and A-L means contract. That's parse. So not only are they making the word into a verb, the parse of it says it's a no contract. So they're making three mistakes on one word. Modification, and they're advertising not real, and everyone believes that real is a fact. But because For 8,500 years, all facts on the planet Earth have been called a verb, which is not real, no contract. It's a play on words and a play on everyone's understanding. So when you get into the syntaxing, you're actually breaking down the joke that's been played on people.
Yeah. Okay, one's an adverb. I'm writing it up on the board, Dave, here, so just bear with me.
Yeah, that's okay. If you can see this here is a mortgage in the United States under Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And the pink is an adverb and the green is a verb. You can't read the print, but you can see how many adverbs and verbs are generated on this page. See, every time you use an adverb, you're committing an act of perjury because you change the fact into something that is not real, or not real, but not a fact. So it's bastardizing the grammar. This document has 4,700 mistakes, and it only has 4,000 words. And this is about 90% of all the mortgages in America. Then they turn around with this document. It's called a securitized backed asset, and they sell it to Wall Street. The crime that's taking place here put the Securities and Exchange on the hot seat because all the certificates that are traded on all the stock markets worldwide are in a fancy box, written in adverb verb, double spaced, and a vowel and two consonants. So they're using and italicizing. So they're using 5 forms of syntax to vacate the correctness of that document. And the words that were not highlighted are adjective pronouns because there was just too many things to color here.
All right. In this
You get, and then on this next page here, I just took, I only highlighted just the adverbs only. There's 300 words on this page, but there's 100 adverbs. That meant that these were prepositions and articles that were changed into adverbs that changed the meaning of the words that followed them because of modification. So verbs were used as adverbs, prepositions were used as adverbs, articles were used as adverbs, facts were used as adjectives and pronouns. So everything was changed. And if you took a dictionary and looked up every word like Russell and I did for 8,000 hours, you would see these facts were certified by us.
I'm going to switch. The federal government and state governments are not real. This is our key code right here, our word key code. 1's coming in front of 2's, 1's coming in front of 3's, 3's coming in front of 4's. 1's modify 4's backwards and 2's frontwards, and they also modify adjectives which are followed by other adjectives and pronouns frontwards. So your 5, 6, 7 are your prepositional phrases. The past comes, or the past tense and future tense and conjunction. NC equals no contract, and dangling participle verb is DPV. This right here, 1's coming in front of 2's. We have a conjunction. And then we have 2 facts that come together. This is shown when you go to write a number to something to the bank or a check to the bank. You're always like 30-5. That equals 35. If you drop out the procedure to a word, being, numbers are facts. People are facts. State governments are supposed to be facts. But because there's a dropout here of the procedure which breaks the continuance of evidence, state becomes a colorful position of an assumption. So it turns into an adjective. The prefix pro means no. So government now becomes a no fact because pronouns mean no facts. Because the prefix pro means no. So you have no facts, and then you have the adverb, which modifies pronouns backwards and modifies other adverbs frontwards, so you have a 1-1-2. The prefix re means no. So you have no, and al is contract, so you have no contract. So basically, you have nothing. Some other tricks and traps that you want to watch out for that are out here, and which come up to our next summary, is our claims on our privacy. And how do we defeat the glorified babysitter system? How many in here feel that they need a babysitter? And yet there's cameras and there's voluntary compliance through the prison system everywhere. If you don't hire them as your babysitter, and you don't, because they're not doing anything but creating a money system to further and better their lives and get off on the power of babysitting you and taking control of your lives, these are some of the traps that you got to watch out for. Remember right here, when you have two nouns to come together, if you don't have the transient action sequence of the hyphen, you lose control of your subject matter. So here are some of the traps that are out there. You have the Patriot Act. What's wrong with this picture? One's come in front of threes, threes come in front of fours. 100% fiction. Says nothing, means nothing. And yet the fool sheriffs and the fool government agents actually think this says something. Says nothing. So they invade your lives. They think it's okay to lie to you. This is not real. This is not factual. This is a lie. This is a Ponzi scheme. Then you have people that think they can enforce it. And this is another lie. The National Security Agency. If this is about security, and they don't have a clue about how to write, and they don't have a clue about grammar, what do you got here? You got a 3-3-4. NC. Vowel followed by a consonant. Means nothing. Another fraudulent condition of state. Lacks the hyphens. They don't control their facts. If someone cannot control their facts on this planet, they are a non-factor. As non-factors, we don't have to listen to them. You don't have to do anything they say because it means nothing. Now, it is very valuable for a country to have national hyphen security. That is very valuable. But when you modify your condition of state with adjectives, adverbs, you're not creating a fact. Citizens of this planet need to vote in facts. We need to have factors, and we need to have public safety, because that's valuable for each and every one of our lives as we travel through this road.
Where I concur.
Yeah, you know it. But degrading people, taking people into our airports, because we the taxpayers have already paid for those, is false and misleading. So then you have another fraudulent group out here called Homeland Security. Once again, lacks the punctuation and lacks the assignment of authority, 3-4. Means nothing to anybody on the planet. Anybody who knows anything. In fact, David and myself met with the deputy directors of Homeland Security in Crystal City, Virginia, in September of 2004. They came out of the building, they came on the sidewalk with us, and they say, hey, look, we don't have a sea pass, we don't have a drogue law, we don't have a sea treaty, we don't have any authorization to exist as a corporation. You two guys know it. However, the people are dumb. You know, he's right on cue. You guys walk into their airports, you take their pat downs, you think it's in the position of public safety. Public safety is relevant if 9/11 was real. But because of these things and because of people's non-closure and capability to articulate your facts, these people think they've got power. They're absolutely powerless. They have no facts, and they need to be corrected because public safety is valuable. And so being with the Directors Party, we can syntax and write laws and give authorizations so where we can have correct public safety. There's nothing wrong with that. But this, as the way it is wrong. David and I actually own the copyrights in July of 2001. We filed a contract dealing with, I don't know if you're there, Dave. Yeah, he's there. Dealing with the...
Yeah, I'm here. I was talking, doing something else here, so I took my picture down and voice down.
All right, all right.
Continue, I'm watching.
All right. Yeah, I'm just getting them up on the facts.
Yeah, I'm still here. You're doing right.
Yeah. We met in July of 2001. David and myself and another gentleman filed a contract with the Department of Defense. Here's another fraudulent statement. So yeah, the Patriot Act, which is an adverb, adjective pronoun. You have National Security Agency, which is a 334. You have Homeland Security, which is a 3-4. David and I, with another gentleman, filed in. We said, hey, wait a minute. We need security in this country. You have Department of Defense. Department is a prefix. DE means to separate from. So if you're looking for a fence for security, you have nothing. So what we did is we filed in under Homeland-Security in July of 2001. They hit 9/11 because they can't think of anything for themselves. They copy our program, but they drop the hyphen out, just like Dave was talking with legislation. And as they drop the hyphen out, they turn it into a fiction. Here we are, Homeland Security. That's copyright infringement because we are the authors of this direction under Homeland-Security. And they know it. They know it. So they need to stop and correct and get their grammar straight in order to be a fact on this planet. Otherwise, they're non-factors and nobody has to listen to their garbage. Another thing that we need to watch out in dealing with foreign policies is we need to teach other countries and other peoples how to communicate so that when they come to our borders, they show some honor. You know, those public safety officers who are out there on our borders, they need a lot of our support. They need to have our support of our people. They're doing a fine job, but we need to channel the people and say, you don't disrespect a country. You know, you can be from South America, you can be a 3-time, 4-time felon. You can come into this country and get admittance. But if you've got a DUI and you try to go to Canada, they won't even let you in. Nothing like equality. This is all false and misleading statements. It's rule one, rule equal for all nations, for all peoples. We all have to be on the same page with communication or it creates an unfair society. This is part of the reason why we're running for director's position, so that we have rule one and rule equal, where we have a condition of state where we can communicate from country to country, from citizens to citizens in a fair and closure way, where the citizens have full closure, where they have the rights and the claims that their duties that are owed to them by we, the public servants. The public servants should not pass a law unless the law is written in correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. And that grammar should not infringe upon the creativity of the citizens, which means that the government works for the citizens. So that's another thing that I want to bring up in the Directors Party, that these are things that have to be straightened out so that the laws of grammar do not trespass on each and every one of the claim of life citizens out here. Because don't be afraid of your government, because your government works for you. These are some of the points why you should vote for us. So is there anything else, David, you can think of on tricks and traps here? You listening? Are you on mute?
wait, yeah, there we go.
right.
You can get on to the tricks and the traps in the courtroom with planes, boxing, law of the flag, and cover those topics if you want.
Yeah. I'm writing them down right now. Judge, clerk, jury, and level playing field. Okay, some of the tricks and the traps that are in court is everybody's in a different vector. They're on a different location in time and space because it breaks up the rules of the continuance of the evidence. The judge is up in his box and he's in a different height location. We call this the elevated ego position, adjective, pronoun. Whatever they say means nothing because you can't hear them and they can't hear you. They're in a box. The only thing that they can look at is contract. But they can't even move contract because their contract goes clang. Their gavels go clang. The clerk, in fact, is the administrator of the court. She's the one moving the process as the postmaster. So the judge is on a different plane than the clerk. The clerk sits in her box and all she does is move the administration, but she's in a box too. Yes?
Sorry for interrupting, but given our recent experience, the judge will come or ask you or instruct you to come up and speak to him, and how can you speak to him and you expect to be heard? He plays a game where he gets two benefits, you get no benefit.
Correct.
Because we are not supposed to be able to see or hear them. He can get away with saying, I can't hear that, or I can't see that. But if you don't interact with him verbally, turn your back to him, you get contempt of court charges.
Correct. You have
psych assessments.
Yeah, you have to be able to talk to the sheriff's department, the bailiffs, and educate the public safety officers first before you get there. And I know that's very difficult to do because nobody wants to go in and educate or even let alone talk to those people.
Well, and given the tip staff is voluntary and they refuse.
Yes, but if you educate them, they can't scream ignorance. So under Title 42, 1986, you give them knowledge. Once they have knowledge, then if they don't do the stop and correct and tell the judge, hey, Your Honor, I'm talking about the bailiff, this man can't hear you because you're on a different plane than him. Now, he's not an accessory with the crime under Title 18, Section 3.
If you go in first and you educate the sheriff, then you make sure a captain or a lieutenant or a sergeant accompanies you when you want to go see the judge or the clerk of the court to find out who's putting out fraudulent paperwork. I did that down in L.A. And the clerk of the court, after I spent 45 minutes with the sheriff's department, the captain, he knew exactly what I was going to say because he was within earshot. And after I explained to the clerk of the court who forged the judge's signature and issued the order, he turns to the sheriff and says, arrest him. He's threatening me as an officer of the court. The sheriff stood forward and said, He's not threatening you. You're a criminal, and I'm going to arrest you. And he turns around and he runs back in the courtroom and locks the courtroom door behind him. I told the sheriff, I says, he's going to create an illusion, and he's going to lie about the illusion. And if you hadn't been there to see it, and you weren't educated ahead of time, you would have ran up here and arrested me on his say-so, thinking that he was an honorable man. Well, the man is not honorable. I showed you his criminal activity. He's facing 10 years in prison and a $25 million fine. And he's been doing that to people, and now that he's been exposed, he locked himself in his courtroom thinking he's safe. Well, sooner or later, at 5 o'clock, he's going to walk out on the street, at which time you can put handcuffs on him and take him to jail.
Yes, Mari.
Well, looking at the mechanism of giving knowledge,
Yes.
It would seem to me we've taken some steps up in
Yeah, absolutely.
our cross other location.
Yes.
That we've attempted to serve by registered mail knowledge to the chief bailiff
Sure.
in the courts, and I don't know. I actually don't. I don't know exactly. I don't have the record there, but a number of us have at least looked or entertained at that avenue to provide knowledge, give service, and we've been stonewalled, rejected, but it would seem.
All right, listen to this. 1 is an opinion, 2 is a certification, 3 is an authorization, 4 or more is a class action. Now that's a class action based on a one-to-one talking to a sheriff or filing a lawsuit. If you want the legislature to take notice, you must have 16 people to form a class action. If you want to have something placed on a ballot for a change, then I believe you need like 500 signatures to change policy in a community by having signature people sign up. But if 4 or more of you get together and say we want to have a meeting with the sheriff's department or the Royal Mounted Police lieutenant and take your evidence to him as a class action, he has to, by law, file a complaint with your district attorney or your solicitor. And from there, it has to go in front of your grand jury, to which the 4 of you, which is a class action, can sit down jointly and do a presentation in front of a grand jury to have a judge arrested. The judge is not immune from anything. You just have to know how to do it. That's why after 35 years of being a judge-prosecutor, I'm not sitting in jail for contempt, because I follow the protocols and I do it the right way. And it's not because everything is handled behind closed doors, and I very seldom speak about it to other people. But if you go in on a one-to-one basis, you're usually going to get shot down. My passport has 40 pages of credentials internationally. And when the Sheriff's Department reads those credentials, they know that I'm not there to hurt them. They know that I'm well educated, well connected, and it's in their best interest to sit down and have a negotiation with me. When I mailed Russell to Europe, he had a registered mail sticker on him through Montreal, and 4 police officers walked him from the airport on a red carpet right onto the plane where he had to sit till the plane was loaded. Myself, I was taken into custody, and I had 5 immigration officers spent
He slowed me up.
2 hours reading my passport because they have so many. Then they put me with officers on the plane. We got to Paris, we walked right through immigrations and customs because he didn't have a passport, he didn't have a driver's license. And would you believe this? As the plane is approaching on the runway, it was an announcement on the plane that all immigration and customs officers went on strike, and there were 1,600 people approaching immigrations and customs simultaneously from 747. So as we walked through, they checked my credentials, and because they looked at Russell being mailed and said, okay, if you're the mailman transporting the cargo of Russell, then I'll let you through, and then we walked right through. When it came time to leave, because we were both made keymasters by the Vatican, the great-great-great-grandson of the Joan of Arc from Paris was the head of security for the Charles de Gaulle airport, and he held a DC 10 with 300 people sitting on the tarmac, full of people. Those people sat there for 3 hours while he had a casual discussion with Russell and I, and then gave us red carpet treatment through the ambassador section, put us on the plane, and the plane then flew back to Pennsylvania.
For I concur.
And they also brought on board the Chief Postmaster General of Europe, the Chief Postmaster General of the United States for Europe, the United States Postmaster General, and the FBI Immigrations and Customs were all on the phone simultaneously having a powwow about what to do with Russell, because he's the first person in 106 years that was mailed to Europe and back again successfully. 4 months later, another guy tried it, and they threw him in jail for 8 years.
Yeah, they were on the phone. The U.S. Department of Navy was actually having a conversation with me about my muster-master position, postmaster general position with NATO and the United States Navy. And he approached me, gave me his business card, and he said that they had been monitoring David and I from satellite for 2 weeks, and he only had one question. He's like, "What in the hell is so funny with you?" I was like, "Well, I'm laughing all the time." They're like, "Well, what's so funny?" And they're like, "Well, it was easy to take over the world banking system." And they're like, "Man, you did it." I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Good luck keeping it, but you actually did it." I'm like, "Yeah, I did." So
yeah, we went to Switzerland, and
it was pretty cool.
They locked us in a room, and then they brought in the bank officer, and he says to us, "Do you have an appointment?" I says, "We brought you $400 billion. Do you think I'm going to advertise that by having an appointment?" And he goes like, oh, yeah, okay. And they rushed us into a private room where we had a meeting for about an hour. They called Zurich in Germany, one of the Rothschild brothers, and they kept the bank open an hour after closing as we drove to Germany to meet with these guys. Then we did our 15-minute presentation for them on our bank treaty, and they looked like deer in a headlight. But they took our treaty, and then we proceeded to drive back to Paris from there. And we got lost 7 times, and we wound up in 7 different churches, Gothic churches that were built in 300 AD. So we weren't actually lost. We were actually on a mission out of our control by the powers to be, because the things we learned through the churches allowed us to become key masters through the Vatican.
We also met on June 12, 2003. We met with the heads of the Interpol for the United States over in Lyon, France. They came out of their meetings to talk to David and I. David and I, because of our skills in syntaxed the Constitution of Interpol as the global police. We found it to be 100% fraud. We rewrote it in quantum grammar, and we are the copy claim and copyright owners of a global police force in correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar.
And that's why all 250 countries now have a new private police force that's getting bigger and bigger and getting organized for the one world order, and the BRIC corporations are using these boys.
Yeah, and they're doing it with our treaties that we filed. We're not getting any credit, but they leave us alone, and that's about the best. There's a lot of fraudulent groups, as you can see. When you get proficient with syntaxing, when you get proficient with grammar, you can tear apart anything. And as these groups and these different locations come at you, when you get good at it, you can mail yourself in there. A lot of the things up in Canada that I've seen is that when you post your roads, you need to maybe post your roads to go teach them, right? So you run your timelines, you post your roads, you go in with your class action of people so you can educate, and you file it as an amicus curiae educational so that you can give them the necessary education, and you can use these statements that you've learned here about the syntaxing and the authorizations in the first couple hours here as a foundation for joint union as a tenet with the Unity States of our World Corporation. And that's a global thing. Canada does have a copy of the bank charter, David and I went to the embassy at Canada, in New York. So I just wanted to add that as well.
For the people in Canada that are here, the true Canadian flag has 3 green maple leaves on a brown field with a blue edge. What happens to a maple leaf in the autumn when it turns red and it falls on a dead blanket of snow, which is sterile? When the true Constitution in 1947 of Canada was signed, it was the flag on top of the Constitution was the 3 green maple leaves on a brown field, which represented earth, life, and sky of freedom. Then they signed the bankruptcy trust with England and changed the flag to a red flag. 3x4 is a military boat flag for the collection of taxes, and then they kept a 1 to 2 flag as an identity of the citizens and the contract of the citizens to pay taxes. So when you go through immigrations and customs, you have a flag that is a 1/2 inch in size and one that's 3/4 of an inch in size up in the upper left-hand corner of the immigration forms, one for taxes and one for travel, as freedom of travel. And that's your contract flag. But in 2017, now you guys only got 2 years, and Canada comes out of bankruptcy with England because the United Kingdom's constitution is null and void. You guys are going to be able to go back to the three green leaves, brown field, and blue sky flag of sovereignty. And England will no longer, Queen Elizabeth will no longer appear on your money.
We get to come to Canada then.
Yeah.
We get to come to Canada then.
Well, last time I sent extra money, you went from paper to plastic.
Anyway, some of the other things, I'm glad Dave brought up taxes. This also, if you look at our Constitution and some of the things that we've done with our treaties with 82 nations at the United Nations, is that we've published a global consumption tax at 10%. When you vote us in on November of 2016, within 72 hours of hitting office, David and I will totally shut down the Internal Revenue Service. This is a 334, and we will move immediately with my banking constructs into a consumption tax. This minimized the glorified babysitter system, those police officers and the tax-consuming servants that pester and fleece and pillage the people. They will be out of a job, and we might look at giving them a shovel or something for my infrastructure thing, for my agricultural new presentation, to look at the no chemtrails and some of the things that we want to do for this country, and to do away with the HARP and the manufactured drought that is occurring against the people. To give the people not labeling for GMOs, but to simply oust the GMOs, to give the farmers a chance to have control of when they take their goods to market, so that the banks, so we can build a surplus of food up, good quality food for the citizens of the world. And I am someone who has been hazed and knows about the position of starving. I speak from a position of authority when I tell you I've been without food, and it's been used as a weapon against me by the government on many, many occasions. And I have a real feel for the people and for the citizens, not only here in the U.S. that are starving, but on a global level. And I give you my word as your public servant that I'll do everything within my knowledge to build an agricultural system that will be healthy for the world, where you won't have parasites, foods that decay your body, and to create longevity for your thyroid systems, for your health systems, your guts, and your bowel movements within your vessels. And we will put the best possible people forward. I'm counting on the genius in each and every one of you to give us concepts, because we would be public servants working for each and every one of you, and it would be beneficial for the planet to put us in position, because I do know about food. Dave can give testimony. I went from 186 pounds to 104 pounds, and I was beat to a pulp, and he can tell you what starvation really looks like. And
Yeah, you guys seen you guys seen pictures from the Nazi death camps. That's what Russell looked like.
Yes, and so
If you touched his skin, he would start bleeding wherever you touched him.
I don't want that.
That's what the sheriff's department, they starved him when he first arrested him. They didn't give him food or water for 45 consecutive days, and they locked him in solitary confinement. Then they transported him from, I believe it was South Carolina,
Yeah,
to Madison, Wisconsin, where they continued
North Carolina.
starving him
Yeah, Greenville, North Carolina. they
because he
moved him.
wouldn't give them jurisdiction over him.
Yeah, and so I'm someone that speaks with authority. I know what it's like to be homeless and without food. I know what it's like to starve and be starved down. And I give each and every one of you my word that I will shut down the HARP. I will stop the pesticides and the things that are harming this planet right now and the citizens not only of the U.S., but on a global level. We're going to take a serious look at the genius and some of the consistencies that Nikola Tesla has created with energy so that we get off the nuclear power sources and we put a foundation that we don't have any more Fukushimas, where the insurance companies and the different things where they've built these designs of nuclear power plants will no longer be affecting or no longer be a power source for the citizens of our world.
I concur.
So please give us your vote. We have a lot of concepts, and there are a lot of geniuses out here in the world. We are geniuses in syntax. We are geniuses in banking. We know how to put constructs in play that when you write a contract, that you know that as citizens, that the energy will be there for your generations to come and their generations to come under lineage, under fiefment. I am also master of communication and verbiage dealing with generation virilities on how to control energy and keep the power source so you don't have to worry about food, health, and power for your children and your children's children. And constructs have been placed in play. It's just a matter of putting the genius concepts of other people in their respective fields in position so we can give them the necessary funding, move the red tape out from behind them. It is not an issue of national security to have superior knowledge of free energy. It's a position of being able to communicate it and put it on the correct platform. David and I have built that. This is what we do. This is what I do for a living in my global banking construct, and nobody can police that. We are the authority on that. The individuals from the United States Federal Bureau of Investigations, which is a fraudulent organization, you do not control me. You are not, I give you no authorization to break into my mind, though you've told me you will. You will not. You will stand down and the people of the world are onto your scam. You go figure out Benghazi. You go figure out 9/11. You leave the quantum grammar people alone. So these are the constructs and some of the things that need to be pushed into play. The taxes will be a consumption tax. It'll be a fair consumption tax. We will also still tax on the customs and duties, and we will set up the policies for trade between country to country where the freight and fee for freight will be the same across the board. It will be asset based and backed by commodity. The energy and the value is everywhere in the world, just your ability to tap into it. And the ability is with the quantum banking construct, and we are the strongest banking construct on the planet. We have syntax on our side. We have the mechanics of foreign banking protocols that we have studied. We are masters of, David and myself, and we only give that out on a need-to-know basis because a lot of people would use the technology to harm other nations, and this is not what we are not for that. We are for giving construct of control and management for a government, and the people have free use of that. And it also is a double-edged sword because remember, people, there's the verb of thinking built within the construct of what we do, and the thinking will never change the condition of the act. So if your volition is bad towards your fellow mankind, you will get exactly what you deserve. There's nothing I can do about that. But if you love your fellow mankind, you are neutral and peaceful, and you learn how to communicate and not be manipulated through your grammar and through your usury, this is a construct, the Director's Party, that will be very beneficial for each and every one of the citizens on this planet. David, do you have anything else you'd like to add with that?
Yeah, you're doing pretty good there. We're going to make sure that not only the United States people understand who we are and what we are, but the rest of the world does.
Correct.
And as things become necessary, we're opening up 2 new websites. One is David-Wynn Miller website, and the other one's the Federal Postal website.
Okay.
And our website that Russell and I put together has got over 400 pages on it, about 50 or 60 different categories.
Yes.
So people can see what we're all about. When we've been building this for 15 years, and it's been open source for everyone to see for free. So we're not hiding anything. Anybody that wants to read up on us, Wikipedia though is out there slandering us because our technology disqualifies the entire world of fiction, and Wikipedia is 99% fiction. So it's just an issue of survival between the good and the bad. The liars are going to continue to lie to protect their lie, and we're going to continue to expose it mathematically, and everyone understands the math problem. So it's pretty much, when people look at the negativity and they study the fact, they always come back with the same thing. We know propaganda. When we see it, we are not swayed by this negative propaganda, because we can see what correctness looks like now, and we're on board. And the people that are on board with us have been on board with us for 25 years, and you can't shake these people no matter what.
So my hand is for the people. My hand is for the people that take the time to study, to not be slothful, to make sure that they comprehend what a fact looks like, to make sure that they even take the time out of their lives to come see us. And we try to come to your countries. Sadly, we are not allowed in a lot of countries because of what we do, but you can see us online, you can see our fruits online, and I can see just in the audience that the people that are supposed to be here are here. We have a great following from Canada. You guys are going to come out of bankruptcy. The ideas and the explosion and the chance to join with quantum banking is going to be put in your guys' hands and your laps, and I'm counting on big things from all of you that are educated in not only Canada, but Australia, New Zealand, Africa, Norway, just every country in the world. To be quite honest with you, we're not going to leave anyone out on this one. So
we can do video seminars in Canada if you guys want to organize it.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that we need to do, but you know, when you guys come out of bankruptcy, accountability, you know, you can position yourself in front of the bankruptcy to make a lot of claims for corporations, for banking. So as it comes out, as soon as it comes out, you're right in position on your timelines for your drug laws. You're in position to set up your businesses, to set up your concepts that other citizens can come in and work with. We look at the health as a major issue up there, a major issue everywhere, where most doctors go get their MDs and get their licenses. When they're in their licenses, they're either four-cornered or all the words are italicized. They tell them they're a doctor. A doctor is someone who practices. We try to keep all the people that are practicing on the sidelines. Claim of the life citizens, we are in the game and we are for the game. Yes, sir.
Just to back up a little bit on the point of the bankruptcy.
Yes.
If we have capacity to stop and correct, and bankruptcy, it would seem to me, is still in adverb verb.
Correct.
How is it that it still seems to be foreclosing correctness?
The reason why it is because your passport numbers and your identification for registry are with Canada Post. Canada Post holds the bills of the ladings for the bankruptcy. So they get you under joint tenancy for usury even when you mail your registered vessels out.
And even then, those can be corrected, stop and correct?
Well, you have to put up equity, and you post a bond upon that vessel, and then at that point, you must demonstrate to Canada Post that you have equity there.
Banking mechanism.
Correct, because under maritime law, all vessels have to have surety, have to have value behind them. David and I, we have our own money, so we're in a different world because we follow the protocols and we publish this on a worldwide level. We're not a secret with our values. Now, we may not give closure on how to manifest them because that is our right. Most people come under correct contract and they want to work with us and set up platforms that better the advancement of technology for the people. And the educational system, of course, is key as you move forward and you teach your younger generations. We've made tremendous breakthroughs here in the U.S. with they're no longer teaching necromancy to the younger generations. Sadly, they're not teaching correct mathematical mechanics, nor in their business law classes are they teaching the drogue law timelines, so that a student of learning at a young age will know how to conduct business as he moves through his 18 year, when he hits 18, what that means on that day as far as his contracting capabilities as he becomes a different corporation, and how to set up his corporate structures and timelines. And that's what what you guys learned here in drogue timeline. Those are some of the mechanics that should be taught at the school systems and that are currently not. Another thing that is not taught here in the U.S. is that there is no constitution, right? They all think that they got the slaves going in there thinking that swinging up and down there's a constitution. I promise you they do not follow any constitution. They don't follow anything. They've moved themselves in a conditioned state of the martial law, and they say might makes right. 2 + 2 = 10. You don't believe me? Starve his ass.
What their argument is, the people stand up and says we have rights, and the judge's response is the fox has a right to eat and the chicken has a right to eat. Enough said about rights.
Correct. Correct. So being accountable for when you come out of bankruptcy and thinking about ahead of time about how to set up your constructs so that when it does hit, you're right in position to move forward. Or also placing up equity before that, taking it through the protocols of banking finance for your country. Start at the Minister of the Foreign Matters. They call it affairs. A means no, F of contract. So you want to file as a foreign condition of state with your letters of the rogatory, and then move your banking sureties, your equities under your bottomry-bonds for your claiming of your vessel corporations and your ability for risk management. I've got to get a drink of water. Sorry, guys. Dave, do you have any? Is this mine? No. That's what it is.
Well, I'm running out of ideas.
All right. Well, I've got ideas. So, another thing that I'm taking a serious look at in the glorified babysitter system to do away with is the invasion of privacy and how they've come into your lives, how they've come in and hack into your identities and tell some of the things into your bug your homes and all the things that come into play with that. And your life of privacy, or not privacy, your life to have a life with your mate, whoever your mate is. I'm not going to be judgmental. If you're a guy and you like guys, that's your choice. If you like girls and you're a girl and you like girls, that's your choice. My position is tolerance, because if we don't have tolerance, I'm not going to. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So you're not going to change people and who they choose to be, because they have that choice. Allowing people to have that choice and the freedom to have that choice is very valuable to the Director's Party, and what I would like to project to the American people and the citizens of our world is we want to do away with the glorified babysitter system. We don't need babysitters with cameras on us all the time. That's not beneficial. They already got an eye in the sky. Take down the cameras. Take the cameras out of your televisions at home. You don't need to be watching people's personal lives. You know, that will only create a condition of state where you have a false illusion of control. Allow people some privacy. Give people a chance to have love and compassion. Don't divide the homes, you know. And so it gives the fiction world a tremendous advantage if they watch you on the television and then they come and make a threat at you because they already know where your strengths and weaknesses are. Dividing a family is not valuable. It shows no purpose of positive results on this planet. However you choose to make your family, that's totally up to you. But don't enforce and try to thwart your ideas upon someone else if that person is unwilling to hear it. Back off. Because a man, like I said, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. You cannot get around that. Another thing that qualifies for some of the things that's been going on is what we intake into our bodies. Some of the things that we intake into our bodies and some of the things they're putting into the food, like the hormones or the estrogen, or some of the things to create a manipulation of natural laws. And so we want to look at some of that, and that goes into some of the GMOs, and Monsanto will be absolutely out of here. I give my word to the farmers and the agricultural business that you will be able to choose your own seeds. And those seeds will be based upon what you want to choose for the farming families out here. And when you want to take it to market, we're not going to let the banks control that. So that's one of the very important things, because our food source and our food outsourcing on this planet needs to change. And a lot of that will change when we shut down the HAARP, when we shut down the aerosol attack upon warming up the atmosphere and the manipulations that can be used there. So that a lot of that tomfoolery needs to stop. So, what's that? Oh yeah. Oh, it's very valuable. Very valuable.
Just a further point of clarification, a reminder. Dave said you're opening up 2 websites. One is the new David-Wynn Miller website, and the second one was, for repeat.
The Federal Postal Court. Can't hear you, Dave.
It's going to be the Federal Postal Court website.
Thank you.
We've started with a 2-hour video that Russell and I shot in Hawaii, and that's already up on YouTube. But it's all, you can get it off my website as well as the new one we're putting up.
Oh, go ahead.
So we're improving things.
And for clarification and understanding on the quantum syntax grammar, we can learn this on the website as well?
Yes. Yeah. So you want to look at some more syntaxing? Is that?
Study it, yes.
Okay, well, we can do some more syntaxing. That's no.
Not so much you have to do it here. Can we go somewhere and learn it, like on the website?
Yeah, you can watch the videos. Yes.
There may be some of us that would be happy to assist in a different level or a different venue of the training process.
Yes.
And, it aids in our expertise as we move along. And you know, I met a monk once who was abandoned during the Vietnam War, in essence, and he was in an education scenario where the grade 2s taught the grade 1s and the grade 3s taught the grade 2s, and he went all the way through high school and then got a 4-year college degree. But in a monastery where there were no teachers, except a few. So
there are a lot of good students with David and I in the last 20 years, and these guys are studying, and they want to reach out. That's why they're here. They want to reach out. They want to teach, because they're cognizant that a teacher learns 3 times more than the student, and he's going to learn a lot quicker than you on what he's doing. It'll make him a better student. It'll make him more educated and more valuable for society, because name the job position out here that doesn't use correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. It's everywhere. So it all has to be rewrote, and you can make money rewriting those positions. So these are ways of education that Mari and some of the other people here, that Like there's 4 people in here that I know can syntax very well. Now they may not be super speedy, but you give them a 20-page document and you give them one day, and I guarantee you they're going to have it certified, and they can prove to you why it's an adjective, why it's an adverb, what creates a dangling participle verb. They've been around long enough to know, and there's probably people, you know, in Australia, New Zealand, and other places, Africa, that are learning because they too don't want to be lied to. Yes, sir.
Is there a place that you can see for the furtherance, maybe in these 2 websites, of the press pass credential and the training and development in that frontier?
Yes, under foreign correspondence, when you look at social media, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. As you get into setting up websites, which I'm not at all, I don't claim to know anything about, but as you set up your websites and as you pull your documentations to put on your website so people can come and network with knowledge, these are some of the things. When you do that, you know, you want to put up your foreign correspondence tags, you want to put your picture, your true credentials as a foreign correspondent, and list the bills of the lading, where things were sent to, who has knowledge of this, and so you can contact CNN, Fox News, right? You have a foundation of a networking so that when you pick up the phone and say, hey, this citizen got kidnapped on such and such a date by a false and misleading sentence structure, I was a witness to that, here's the credentials, and you publish that fiction online and they can see the false and misleading statements, you can call that network, or you can call that radio show, or you can call and start interacting, I encourage it, with the fiction actors. Because as they become educated, this whole thing will turn. Social media plays a big part of that.
So we will look forward to the further guidance and dive-rection.
All right. Well, we can do
tips and pointers.
All right. Well,
for those furtherances.
All right. Well, let's do it right now then, real quick. Okay. In quantum media, you have your credentials as a foreign correspondent. What are you foreign to? Well, you're foreign to them, and they're foreign to you, right? Because they use adverb, verb, and you use syntax, right? You use correct communication parsing syntax. So what you can do is you can set up a website, like Dave has done, put your credentials down, and put some of your work up, right? David and I have our work up on his website, right? You can see our treaties. You can see a growing as we've grown together, as knowledge has been enhanced. Go ahead, sir.
Well, and can I, in moderation of that, another possibility, the way that I see it, is that yes, we could set up a website as you're suggesting, but we may also submit this or that reporting to your currently established website.
Well, you can do that through the Federal Postal Court. If you have people going to court and they're being kidnapped, that might be something for a Federal Postal Court. Would you say, Dave?
Yeah, you can. We're going to be posting up different court cases that we do so that people can actually see. We've held court in Minnesota and in Hawaii. We posted those up. We put those videos up on the internet to show people that we subpoena the judges and the attorneys into court, and we have registered mail certification to put them on trial for using false, misleading statements in their own handwriting, and they refuse to come to court and give testimony, so we issue a false judgment against them, except we don't have a jail to put them into. So it's up to the Department of Justice then to go out and arrest their judges and put them in jail for criminal activity. And it's embarrassing for them. And when we go back to check to see where these judges or attorneys are, they don't work there anymore. The government fired them, or they transported them out of the country.
So, yeah, Mari, to answer your question, you could do some networking. If you have stuff for courts, you would send it to the Federal Postal Court. If you have concepts for quantum media, maybe you're going to contact, put it up on the website, and then you're going to do a posting of your road that you're going to call Fox News and say, hey, A Directors Party campaign rally is scheduled for February 21st in Sacramento. It's at such and such a location, such and such a time. These guys are writing in the syntax the presidential balloting forms for statement of the candidacy for President of the United States of America. So it might be something you want to look into. Yes, sir.
I look forward to seeing more on the Federal Postal Court website. And as a student, I'm not necessarily certified yet. And so I will look forward to some tips and guidelines for my further ascendance. I'm not clear on the correct contractor, but qualifications. Proof of qualifications.
Well, what you would do, what you can do is you can watch ABC News or something at 5 o'clock at night, right, when they have their thing on. They always identify foreign correspondent as an adjective pronoun, right? So you can put an amicus curiae together, write Fox News or ABC News or whatnot, and say, hey, did you know that when you put an adjective in front of a pronoun, it creates no fact? For the factual people of correctness on this planet, under Title 42, 1986, put a hyphen between it and give them an education so that they know that that's what they should be doing. So that when they go into a foreign country or into a foreign location, they don't use false and misleading statements and trick the people of that country, because that's how this whole lie started. It was trick upon trick upon trick upon trick.
So am I hearing you correctly, just to have the student repeat to the master? One's on-ramp to qualification is via stop and correct.
Correct.
And then having the correction certified. So
correct.
Provided, certified, further education may be needed, student may need to be stopped and corrected.
Well, what you could do is you could take a videotape and record that segment on the news where it says foreign correspondent, freeze it, copy it onto a piece of paper, put a 3-4 on it, put the number code, and direct it back at them saying, this is false and misleading statements. When you go to another country, please be correct.
Okay, good. Good tips. Thank you.
Anything else on foreign correspondence? Yes?
Where is the rules, regulations, and all that stuff that authorize you to be correspond, like the directions and what to do?
Well, it's in your terms of your quantum media treaty. And so those are the guidelines that you have to follow. We wrote all those definitions down. Upon writing all those definitions down, those were the values that we placed upon your ability to stop and correct. You're only identifying the mechanics of words. You're not pointing fingers saying he did, she said, thee did. Then you take the forensic evidence, just like you would do to go to court, right? You attach, put it on paper, right? Their adjective pronoun when it says foreign correspondent. Three, four. You identify that, put at the bottom of the page evidence. Hit them up on a rescission timeline under Title 15, and then hit them over at Title 18, 1001. And then hit them up with Title 18, 1343 because they put it on the wire. Do it with an amicus curiae as an educational and file it with that respective network. Send it to the editor, because it's the editor's duty and the producer and director of that, because at the end they're going to have a scroll down of who the editor and director is each time they run the news. Record that, write that down, get their mailing address, and fire it off to them. That's how you create evidence. Sorry, Dave.
I'm still here.
Yeah, just doing quantum media stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, good. It gives us some starting steps to start becoming contributors.
Absolutely. You can also do it with your newspapers, right? The editor on a newspaper, if an editor writes something, you can stop and correct him. You have that right as a citizen in your community, as someone who's got as a foreign correspondent, you can do that on a global network. You can send it to Fox News or CNN or...
Well, we have the contract, and what we don't have is the confidence of
come on,
the contract
baby.
lodged.
Yeah.
And the confidence that we've lodged the contract correctly.
Well, you are correct. All right? And the next thing is that you could do it, if you do it as like Dave was saying, with all of you guys from Canada.
Yeah.
As a class action.
Right.
To stop and correct as a foreign correspondent from a foreign country that you were a witness to a Title 18, 1343 wire fraud under false and misleading statements. Yes? You had a question, Bob? Oh, okay. I thought you had a question. What are they going to say? They're going to write you back an adverb verb. You're going to syntax it and fire it back at them? Right? You guys know the routine.
Yeah.
And that's how you activate your quantum media. And guess what? Your quantum media will be activated 1 year, 1 day, right? So you can have everything ready to go and file it 3 days off before the 1 year, 1 day hits. So you give closure and you make joinder with your trust. All right? Because it's always about maintaining the rules of the continuance of evidence as a postmaster, banker, judge. When they vacate the rules of the continuance of the evidence, the whole case is null and void. And they can't create evidence if they don't use a fact. And they can't use a non-fact to try to create evidence. Because there's no such thing. Once a lie, always a lie. So stay on point with that. Yes?
Okay, I've got this contract. We made that February 8th, 2014. So what did you just say? 1 day short?
No, 3 days before. 3
3
days
days
before you give closure. And
Okay.
I'd do it actually 6 days before. 3-day mailing, 3-day rescission.
So that's now.
That's probably now.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can pick any network you want. They're all in fiction. Real easy to do. And start giving closure. You know, you want to hit some U.S. ones, hit some ones up in Canada.
Or the news, the international wire service.
BBC, adjective, pronoun. Perfect place to start.
Reuters News.
Forbes, you pick it. They're modifying that facts, for sure. And they have knowledge. If you guys don't think they know him, if you don't think they know me, you're fooling yourself. They do.
You know, when they shot up Arizona, I was on every network worldwide, and they took my base from 1 billion people to 5 billion people. It backfired, and everybody looked at my website and said, this is propaganda. He's not even affiliated. It was cleared by the FBI, and now everyone's a student. So the whole thing backfired on him globally. Now it's written in 150 languages worldwide. You know, that new movie they just came out with, North Korea. That was really was a silly movie, bad storyline. The government said, we're gonna suspend it so nobody can see it. The damn thing had a 1-day gross bigger than Star Wars. You know, it's they told people you can't watch it, so everybody went out and watched it.
Well, now I'm glad you brought that up. That dumps me into a little bit of foreign policy.
There you go.
Okay, with some foreign policy, what Dave just said, who owns Sony? Let's think about this, because you got to follow the money. Who owns Sony?
Japan.
Multinational corporations and financiers in Japan. So now you have foreign bankers hiding behind our free speech, coming into our country, pissing off other countries against the American people. Welcome to the real world of foreign policy. We've already had our 9/11, people. Come on. Enough of this foolishness. Don't fall for another war. Soldiers, There's no need to go to war. First of all, there is not one military on this planet who has demonstrated to me or David that they have correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar to articulate a fight. Therefore, all fights are illegal. And since you all work for the post office, and especially here in the United States, since the United States Postal Service doesn't have authorization to exist, all the soldiers at the Pentagon work for the postal system, which I control the bill of lading on. Don't follow unlawful orders, commands. They're not legal. You don't have a flag. You don't have a constitution. You don't have a postal system. So wake up. Don't go to war. Should be built. I mean, if you want opium and you want oil, grow fields here. We got plenty of desert. So, those are just some food for thought on foreign policy. Any other questions? No questions? All right. Well, we didn't finish here. But anyways, you guys got to see the point. Sony, foreign bankers, foreign companies, pissing off people from other countries to be mad at American citizens. And American citizens jumping in the middle of it thinking, wow, you know, they told us it was, you know, it's just a mind play, a mind ploy to control the people. Another Sandy situation. We've already had our Ruby Ridges, our 9/11s. Don't need any more of that stuff. All right. We never did finish up with the vectors and the jury. The jury's on two different planes in the courtroom. They're also in a jury box. Just changing back to courtroom mechanics. Question was asked, you know, if you can't talk to the judge, well, what you want to do is you want to start your educational process outside the courtroom at all times. That way they can comprehend that you're not their enemy, that you're there on an educational position. So you start your education right when you come to the courthouse. The courthouse itself is a foreign vessel and dry dock. So one of the techniques that I've used is I've knocked at the door outside. And you make the security at the gates, you know, you have somebody inside, hey, somebody's knocking, right? Make them come out of their security gate and come to you and open the door. Hey, permission to board the vessel. Hey, you're my tipstaff. Are you my tipstaff? Oh my goodness. Title, you know, you're into your grammar flag. You're into your fee for freight for the bills of the lading. I think I'm scheduled to be here. Here's my paperwork. The clerk has authorized it and signed it. And hey, are you my tipstaff? Who's my tipstaff? I know I got to go to the courtroom, but you know, the courtroom, the judge isn't in there because he's in a box. He doesn't exist. You use false and misleading statements, and I got a prosecution here for Title 18, 1001 for his misleading ways. Who's the tipstaff here? Who's the flag duty officer? Get him front and center. See, right there, you're just disarming them. You're coming in, and you're proving that you have knowledge of what you're talking about. Have a little confidence. Have a little confidence in what we're doing here and what we're saying. Right? Because confidence that will project. That image will project to these guys. As it projects, they're going to see that, number one, you're not afraid. Right? Because that's the number one thing, is the fear and the disability in the sight of guns and clubs. And I'm telling you flat out, you know, it does take a lot of experience. It does take a lot of practice to block that out of your mind. David is really good, and David's been in more court cases than me, by far. But, you know, I've been in a bunch myself. And, you know, having that practice, having that experience, being loose and having the confidence to go with the flow with your knowledge, your ability to syntax, your ability to give closure as you walk through the foreign vessel and dry dock. Keep them with you, you know, and ask directions, because you're not there to be vagrant. You're not there to trespass. You're only there to identify the mechanics of words and be correct so you don't commit perjury. And then at that point, you get them to come with you into the well of the court, Sally Port, and you know you want to talk to the clerk and let the bailiff and let the bailiff know that the judge isn't there. You know, you're trying to do this all before you get there. You know, don't show up at the last second and think you can do this. You know, give them knowledge. Show up 3 days to file before your trials. you know. But, you know, you want to stay out of the court systems because they're absolutely a Ponzi scheme. Yes?
Well, we've had a lot of experience attempting to file 3 days before or with clerks of the court. We've had clerks throw the stuff back in our, I'm not taking that, nothing with a postage stamp. They're standing behind a fraud fiction quote judgment in Alberta. With anything with a postage stamp on it, anything autographed, all that kind of stuff, they don't have to take.
Well, go file it with the local port authority.
Yeah, well, that's right, or the closest. Alberta doesn't have an ocean wet port, but it'll have all kinds of...
It'll have it in your international airport.
Anybody that has a river is a maritime court. Anybody that has an airport has a terminal port to leave Earth into a sea of space, and you have a maritime court, and you have maritime judges. All airports have maritime courts at them.
We've had court clerks tear apart our bonded documents, photocopy them, hand it back to us with all curled up and ripped and torn pages. And
You need, if they're going to do that for filing one document, then just keep one document free without gluing it until they finish photocopying it and putting their stamps on it, and then bond it back together again after the fact.
Okay.
All of them do it now. They do it electronically so that they can just hit the delete button when they get in trouble. That's the reason they do that. All lawyers, attorneys, barristers, and solicitors are ordered to only file electronic copies because they know we can syntax the written ones and they'll delete it, saying it never happened, it didn't exist. They can erase the system to protect their lie. As long as you know what the lie is, they don't want to move forward against you and make public record. So there's a reason for why they're running scared. And they changed all the rules after we shut down Washington Mutual on January 6, 2008. That's 7 years now. It's really messed up their system. And anytime you see double spacing, double line spacing, that voids the continuance of evidence from one line to the next, or double spacing inside of a line voids the continuance. Double spacing between letters voids the meaning of the word. These are all tricks that they're going to use under double spacing rules. There's a city attorney in Petersburg, Alaska, has been doing this for 27 years to vacate every single sentence he writes. 3 single-spaced words, 4 double-spaced words in every sentence, and he wasn't caught until 3 years ago. And once the lie was advertised that he had done this and filed nothing but fraudulent paperwork for 27 years, they had to fire his ass. Excuse my French.
Where can we look to see the rules of continuance of evidence?
Well, I'm doing that right now for you. Well, you've got...
Federal Styles Manual.
Yes.
Oh, federal, thanks.
All countries have a Styles Manual that works off the global Styles Manual.
Correct.
Otherwise, you can't have trade. You can't talk to another country.
Yes, and when you look at the rules of the continuance of evidence, they kind of teach you about it when you're in elementary school. When they teach you how to write a letter to your friend John. John, so-and-so. Here you go, John. And you right away, and they always say, always sign your name at the end. Right? When you sign your name, you take jurisdiction of everything that you've just created. This deals with the maintaining of the rules of the continuance of the evidence. Same thing holds true when we write international treaties, when we move armed contracts into a global position. We always initial the bottom of the page for copyrights and thumbprint in the back of the page. gives us control of the copyrights. We're maintaining the rules of the continuance of the evidence. And there's a lot of banking mechanics that go into that we've studied, we know about, and we're following. Yes?
When you go on the internet to try and search for a World Styles Manual, nothing comes up. And when you're saying Federal Styles Manual, it would be for any particular country. So it
Correct.
would be Canadian, English, French, German, Thai.
It's going to be on file at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures,
Okay.
which is an adverb or an adjective pronoun, adverb, verb, conjunction, verb, condition of the state. David,
Walden Books sells it. There's about 8 different versions.
Okay, Walden Books.
Okay, thank you.
Every time I get a copy, it gets stolen by somebody. They need it more than I do, it seems.
Yes. Some of the tricks and traps that we've witnessed in your styles manual will be brackets, four cornering. They'll put boxes around your licenses as far as your diplomas. They'll italicize the words. Anything italicized is misspelled, which means it's not on the contract. They'll double space. They'll use staples. They'll put themselves at the beginning of the sentence and have no assignment of authority at the end of the sentence. So it makes themselves immune from what they've done. Anything after their name they're not responsible for. So these are tricks and traps of syntax and grammar that you must be cognizant of.
That's why when a public official or a lawyer confesses, he's actually giving a vacated sentence that says nothing. Because it's a confession of nothing, they can't use it for prosecution. It's totally nonsense.
Sorry about that, Dave. I slipped away for a second.
Well, and to add to that, I got a letter from a law firm last week regarding a government inspection of 2.5 years ago. In any event, they're giving me a bill for somewhere around $4,000 to $7,000. Couldn't make it clear actually what the statement was for, but as part of their correspondence to me, they had an order. Order was O space or space space, R space space, D space space, E space space, E space space, R, la la. And at the bottom, of course, no judge signed it. It was a clerk's printing of a judge's name and in quotes.
Yeah, so it's not on the page. They double spaced it, turning those symbols into acronyms. Acronyms, because it's double spaced, acts as a pronoun. So you have a bunch of pronoun symbols sitting on your page. So what you need to do is syntax that, file a claim under maritime salvage 2 years. They didn't come forward to state their claim, therefore their position is vacated. Is that not correct, Dave?
Yep, that's right. When they use that trickery and spacing, you prosecute that. Don't let it slide.
Go get 'em.
All right. More tricks and traps. We've seen a lot of things. What we're seeing on their paperwork now is they'll go like this. They'll go up at the top, they'll go case 3, 4, right, with the space, with one space. Let me make that a little bit better. Then, next to your name, they'll go case no, period, 3, 4. Then at the bottom of the page, they'll go case no, period, 3, 1, 4. So you don't know what in the world they're talking about. So you have case, which sits as a pronoun up here. Here you have case no, which sits at 3, 4. And down at the bottom you have case no, 3, 4. And then you have an assignment of value here, which is different. So each case, or the assignment, it's not even a case, each identification of symbolism is different within the page of the document. These people are crazy. Absolutely crazy. So this is a standard protocol now. What's going on is they're using 3 different numbers or identities, and they're trying to get you to come in and talk about it. There's nothing going on here. There's nothing to talk about. No, it is. It's not even a case. It's just a pronoun. It says nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Point B, and stay on point with grammar and the hieroglyphics of what's going on around you. Another trick and trap that we've come to learn and study quite a bit is when you come into these cases now, they're coming in also like this. They'll go case, and then they'll go no, period, and then they'll go 3:14 hyphen CV little hyphen ABC, right? Then further down on the page, they'll go case no, period, 3:14, and you'll think that it's the same, but they'll run a long dash. And then they'll capitalize CV, or they'll leave it lowercase, and then they'll run it into another long dash ABC. When you get into the Federal Styles Manual, you'll find out that long dashes mean to omit. So you will omit that what's afterwards, and you connect it up to the next long dash. You will also find these in a lot of your Masonic books and some of the other clubs out there that are out there. They'll be running long dashes, and whenever you see a long dash, you stop reading and you go connect the next long dash, and it could be 3, 4, or 5 pages away.
That's how they mark their code.
That's how they mark their code.
You don't know it, you won't even see it. But once you get to learn how to read that stuff, man, it's really, really cool that you can see the invisible sentence structure and how they mix it all up in plain view. But then don't forget, it's still written in adverb-verb, so you've got to be able to
syntax it.
Be able to syntax it. If you want to find out the true meaning, putting 2/3 of the missing words back in, and that's what Russ and I can do.
So we can find out what's going on, what the true volition of the author is trying to articulate. Then we can make a choice whether we think that it's a valid position or not a valid position. And we have that right because we can control the grammar, and we've taken it to such a level of finite correctness from the quanta, give you guys a little method, quanta deals with pluralisms. Pluralisms are taking things at a grand level. It could be something from what we did is we developed our own periodic table, claimed all of our laments, you call them elements, and claimed all of our matter and put it through a specific gravity test, boiling point test, freezing point test, moving things from solids to liquids to gas, and then back out and placed a value on it, placing it in a tetrahedron. So you're looking at the structure of wood, the molecules of what creates oxygen, what creates H2O, what are your things that you're trying to move from point A to point B, and then bringing it down to the quanta of the building, the quantum of the chairs, the carpet, and then bringing in things down to its least common denominator, which in this place is the quantum, which would be, in this place, it's the least common denominator. Nominator, I don't say denominator, but nominator, or probably should use these. In this case, the least common denominator here are the symbols on this board. What did I just do? What did I just do? I showed you a world of quantum, took it from its biggest macroeconomic sense and put things down to a least common denominator and controlled the symbol of thought which you all just communed with, the quantum of the board. See what just happened there? Marty does.
Well, it's just a very large subject in the transformation between name and substance.
Correct. Well, the same thing holds true what we're trying to show you guys in contract.
Yes.
It's the exact same thing of what we're doing with our numerical ciphers. It's the exact same thing we're doing with our prepositional phrases. We're taking it and we're breaking it down specific so you as the citizen has the duty and knows what your duties for the contract are. Then you can make a vote on that and see if it's valuable for your life. We're not allowing any ambiguity of the quanta to come into your condition of thinking so you can control your thought.
For I concur. Hallelujah.
Yeah, baby. You know it. Yes, sir.
Can we maybe take a vote on a 15-minute break?
Sure.
Not that I want to impose my condition of thinking.
Gravity is still relevant.
All right. Hey, I'll call you back in about 15 minutes unless you want to stay on. People might want to come talk to you, so I may leave you on.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
15 minutes, guys.
Okay.
I take that as for I concur.
Yes.
Or we concur.
If anybody wants to talk to Dave, there you go. Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Cassie. There's Celeste. Let's get the two with those supposed to start with C's.
All right. Something that was brought to my attention is I talk a lot about global consumption tax and doing away with the IRS. What does that mean and how does that work? Well, it works like this. A consumption tax is based off of the equity that you put out and what you purchase, right? So when you go to the gas station, are the duties that are on the sale of that commodity, the fuel that you buy, is there not a tax on that?
There is.
There is, okay. So what you do, let me explain this to you guys so you can see how this works. You take the proof that the fee's been paid, which they call a receipt. You're going to call it your evidence. When you go to the grocery store, do they not hit you with a tax? Well, there's more evidence. And what else do you buy that it gets taxed?
Not much.
Not much?
Everything.
Everything. Okay. So everything that you purchase. Now we know the IRS doesn't have, the Internal Revenue Service is a 334. No authority whatsoever anywhere on the planet, right? So this is how you put things into perspective. Since you are all currently paying a consumption tax, you take the evidence of that, you built it up into a yearly duty closure under porting, so you're not evading. You file under Title 18, 1001, 1002 for fictitious grammar, and you sue for a duty on closure in Title 15, 1693. Sorry, 93, 92? 92. Sorry. Upon doing that, you've just done what? You've just proven that you've paid a global consumption tax. And you've not hid from the tax. You gave closure. Now anybody else coming in to harvest you, that would be double jeopardy. There's no double jeopardy built into our system because you've already paid the tax. Upon suing for the performance of that, you alert any agency that would have a problem with that. And that, in a nutshell, is your global consumption tax. Very simple. You pay taxes for everything that you buy. Claim it as your evidence. Claim it as your consumption tax. File it in under grammar and stop and correct. And that's how you get away, or not away, that's how you give closure and put this in check. Because these are non-facts. And what are non-facts? They're of no factor. They have no factor in your life. You just weeded out them as a factor in your life because they've just become a non-factor. And that's how you do global consumption tax. It's on your equity that you purchase, which is fair to the citizens, because everything is taxed. Now the tax itself, when we get into location, that is going to be adjusted. It's going to be adjusted on a fair level. What this does is it does away with these guys as a business, because they're not a business. It reduces the overhead and the burden on the court systems, because the courts no longer have to deal with the tax issue for anybody. So it saves the taxpayers money because they already paid their tax, and it weeds out the middleman, being the court. And that's how you do that. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
In conjunction with a bankruptcy coming up for those of us
Correct.
in Canada, on Canada,
On the
Canada, thank you. For those claims, cases that have already proceeded, is there still a capacity to stop and correct after the bankruptcy? Or is
the bankruptcy ends, it's the jubilee, it's the end.
Okay. Good, that answers the question.
And that is a solution for your global consumption tax. Pretty simple, not complex, because they're already charging it anyways. And that's how you do away with all the non-factors who believe they're factors, but modify all their grammar, and that's how you put them out of business. Because they're not in business, because they're not doing anything, because they don't exist. What's that? I'm not going to say that one way or another because I'm staying on point with grammar. I'm not going to accuse anybody of anything. I just know what a fact looks like. I know what a non-fact looks like.
So global consumption tax, you take your receipts and turn them in?
You file with the necessary locations who believe that they have a position to state a claim on a tax. And it's a state of condition. And at that point, you also want to file. We'll get in and talk to the banks, David and I, and make sure that everybody is on the same page. Every place in the world, as far as I know, collects taxes. I could be wrong. Are there nations out there that don't pay taxes?
Yeah, I can't think of what it was.
I don't know. I don't have enough worldly travel on that. Dave, do you know of anything like that?
What's that?
Do you know anybody who doesn't pay any countries out there? I think they're all under a tax-based system.
Oh no, your oil countries don't pay taxes.
Okay. Your oil countries.
Saudi Arabia.
That's because they got the oil money.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
How much longer?
What's that?
I'm just throwing it out.
Dave, there's a question. How much longer?
How much longer are they gonna be able to hold up with no $40 fuel?
Well, the price of oil dropped below $48 a barrel on Friday.
42 later.
We'll see who comes out on top of it.
Well, the Saudis are intentionally forcing a collapse because they want to kill the petrodollar and go back into banking with the brick corporations for the brick money.
Well, they better get their grammar correct, or it's just going to be another disaster. I guess
That's what I keep telling them, and they just keep saying, no, 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 we can use this fiction, and because that's popular. I'm going, hey, popular ain't correct.
No, no. So, yes, Mari.
Sorry if I'm re-asking the same question, but I appreciate the point of the Jubilee. But we have heard that there's no statute of limitations on fraud.
That's Title 11, Section 101, and your lawsuit has perpetual motion to be prosecuted. They cannot vacate it or make it go away.
Okay, and that's even through a bankruptcy scenario?
The bankruptcy was created by England, and what they're doing there is they went into Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and they sell the property to an individual that they just killed the Aborigine or the Maori tribesmen. The foreign settler goes in and buys the property thinking he's buying it from the Crown. Then the Crown goes ahead and they file bankruptcy for you without your permission. When they do that, they go ahead and bankruptcy means you are giving value to nothing and certifying it to be a value. But in fact, it's a false value because it was manipulated by the government. Once you give nothing jurisdiction or value, then they can turn around and fraction bank it and put it back into the Crown's coffer against your will, and that's how they're stealing land from the Aborigines and then going out and marketing the land to unsuspecting buyers. When I was in Australia, for as long as I was there, I learned about people that were being forced into bankruptcy without their permission. And this was the ploy that the government was using to establish the value of nothing to take their land after the fact and give it credibility. And with that said, that's how the bankruptcy was used to certify nothing. Now, the United States government encourages people to file bankruptcy to stop foreclosures on their house, but what they're doing is giving the court jurisdiction over nothing, because the lawsuit, your mortgage says nothing, but if you file bankruptcy against that nothing, you've now certified it through bankruptcy to give it value. Now, here's a classic example. A man gets a letter from the court saying that he is the father of a child. And the court wants over $100,000 in back child support. So the man immediately runs in and files bankruptcy for the child support. And you cannot file bankruptcy against child support. So the court then certifies the fact that he is not the father, but because he filed bankruptcy giving the false document credibility, had to pay child support for the child until he was 18 years old, including all back child support, which bankrupted him. And they didn't care if he was living in a box on the street. They took all of his money, sold his house he already was living in to pay the back child support, and then he continued to pay until the child was 18 years old. The same ploy is used for the bankruptcy in both Australia and New Zealand. They did the same thing to the Chinese when the British were in Hong Kong, and they got kicked out. They did it when they were in Southeast Asia. They did it in South Africa to steal the lands from the Zulu. I've got 150,000 Zulu contacting me as a result of radio shows I've done in South Africa to get all their land back, dating back to 1800 for 15 years. So this technology has no limitations as to And what I told him was all bankruptcy cases, because of the fictitious conveyance of language, nullifies the rules of bankruptcy to start with. So it's open season to first attack the grammar, then go back and attack the people that created the illusion in the first place, which is the attorneys and solicitors, and under the Rescissions Act, hit them up for 4 times damages. Which then, when we did that, and Lloyd's of London found out about the mortgage fraud, canceled 65 million mortgages in the United States on November 6, 2010, because they got a copy of the lawsuits that Russell and I had put together to prosecute the fraudulent conveyance of grammar on mortgages. That's a pretty big endorsement, canceling that much and losing that much insurance. But it was a $25 million a case penalty if they stayed in it. So they walked away.
Sorry, Dave, I'm sliding on the board here.
No problem. Does that kind of answer your question about getting stuck in a bankruptcy trap? Yeah, you'll buy a couple more weeks in your house, but then the bank can steal it because you just gave nothing credibility to take your house in the first place.
Well, I appreciate your your elaborating on the details of the bankruptcy. I wasn't specifically speaking about mortgage bankruptcy, but I'm learning something about bankruptcy in general, like in the answer, because my question in my mind was around the bankruptcy of Canada.
Oh, that's easy. The bankruptcy of Canada was just to put the Canadian government into a debt instrument like the U.S. But a bankruptcy corporation is under bankruptcy protection from anybody invading them. The United States has been out of bankruptcy since November 2nd, 1999.
Yeah.
And they tried to refile bankruptcy 6 weeks ago at The Hague, and they said, no, you've printed all these debt notes, you're not going to dump it on your citizens. You're responsible to pay that debt back to the world banks. And that's why the BRIC corporations are getting, the minute the U.S. filed bankruptcy, the BRIC corporations picked up 100 more countries in a matter of days. And then the stock market's way up there at 18,000, which is totally inflated nothing. That's the only thing making it go up. One day it's up 320 points, the next day it's down 320 points, depending on who finds out about the criminal activity that the Securities and Exchange is practicing on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I'm glad that you're talking about finances, and I think I may talk a little bit about quantum banking and some of the things that we have set up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. In the quantum banking, as many of you know, David and I have filed our platforms with 82 nations at the United Nations dealing with our global banking constitution. With hyphens, of course, global-banking-constitution. In that construct, we have alerted all stock markets on planet Earth of our position for quantum banking, quantum funds backed by tangible goods. The stock markets, 5 of them from around the world, gave us sealed letters of what the fiction called sealed letter of credits. What that meant is we call them sealed letters of the values. What that meant is, as I notified and gave portings to all stock markets around the world simultaneously in 2005, 5 of them, instead of taking the document and keeping the document, turned the document over, put a registered tracking number on it from their country, and mailed it back to me as a sealed letter of credit. I met with the United States Postal Inspectors in Riverton, Wyoming on the vessel contracts for fee freight for those stock markets. I autographed my name across the stamps, which made me postmaster banker of the vessel and contract. I then notified the International Bank of Settlements, international being an adjective, show you how this works. International Bank of, being the adverb, right, of settlements. Being a verb. 3 and C. 4. We claim this as the global bank of the settlements. They also gave me a sealed letter of the value. I did the same thing to the International Court of Arbitration. Once again, it's a 3 NC 412 NC. Vowel followed by a double consonant. So what?
About a year ago, when we weren't getting cooperation from the Department of Justice on the foreclosure monies for the whistleblower, we told the Senate Oversight Committee, well, then we're going offshore and exposing the securitized-backed assets to get our money, and all of a sudden, like the Securities and Exchange and the DOJ and the Treasury are all in a hot seat with the Senate Oversight Committee. Because the last time we went offshore with Mark Martin's case, it shut down the post office for 2 weeks, canceled all contracts between the United States and Russia, cost hundreds of billions of dollars in lost trade on a global basis from just one lawsuit, and put our name on every postmaster in the world. And that was way back in 1997. And then we syntaxed the money, and we got all new money without boxes, and after that it was the Hawaii apology bill, and then Clinton got caught with a zipper down, and that's when he hired us to make it all go away, which we did. So our credibility has been top shelf for the past 20 years with everybody. And every time a senator or a congressman gets in trouble, my phone rings. Make this go away. Because as a plenipotentiary, I have a contract to protect anybody from false, misleading statements from an attorney using false, misleading statements to damage another human being.
Yeah, I'm just writing on the board here, just giving some closure here.
I have a question. David, when do the caretaker fees get paid out? How many months, years after the filing of the fraud?
The Secretary General of the Department of Justice announced on December 21st, 2014, that the payouts were going to commence.
All right, so back to my banking construct here, or our banking construct. These are the locations that we filed at our platforms for trade for values. The International Bank of Settlements, the International Court of Arbitration, the International Chamber of Commerce, the United States International Trade Commission Court in New York City. Each of those locations, as well as 5 stock markets around the world, Johannesburg, South Africa, Brazil, where are the other 3? Australia, and Singapore, Malaysia. They sent me a sealed letter of the value back. Sealed letter of the value, or credit is what the fiction world calls it. We call it sealed letter of the value. We then took that and we authorized by autographing the stamps on those specific vessels, it gave us authorizations to move our trade platforms for other countries to join us as a global banking trade platform, which in this country you have to file, the code name for it is with the 7 grumpy old men. I don't like to use them because they don't have any authority. That's the FBI, Homeland Security, CIA, Department of Defense, U.S. Treasury, and State Department, and who's the other one? Oh, United States International Trade Commission. Because none of them have any authority, and they're all adjective pronouns with no and dangling participle verbs with no assignment of authority, we don't have to file with them. We can go. We don't have to even deal with them. They have to deal directly with David and I. David and I met with Larry Slamansky at the United States International Trade Commission in Washington, D.C. They, on E Street, they told us that America was a verb on the money, and oh my God, can you help? So we have contracts down there to make sure that they don't get prosecuted for their false and misleading statements, because they're stuck in a position of usury with no authorization to fix the problem. The authorizations come through postal as postal employees, and that's my location, and David was a witness on those contracts. So this is kind of the construct that's been put into play on the quantum banking system. And the quantum banking system at this point, we have not branched out to other countries, although they are interested in what we're doing. We also filed at the International Maritime Organization in London, risk management in Lloyd's, for Lloyd's of London, as well as, who else did we file with? With pretty much Interpol and a lot of people over in Europe simultaneously. So it's been a process of education on my part, process of education on their part to learn about the quantum banking construct. And we have plenty of values at this point, if we so choose to use them, to make trade partners from around the world. And we can certify that with the asset-based banking at this time. And we are open for business. And so if people watching this video, if you give full closure of who you are, you're not a beater liar and a government agent trying to lie to us, creating a Ponzi scheme on your behalf, we will definitely work with you, teach you the mechanics, and make sure that you're accountable for the values that we so choose to give you and authorize to you. We also have seniorage authorization. The seniorage authorization was built into the mechanics of hallmarking for our values and for our coinage and for the funds that we do have available to us at this time. And that was built into our quantum banking, global banking constitution that we have on file around the world. So the mechanics from A to Z of manufacturing, of taking and setting up the market platforms, allowing others to come and join with us. All they have to do is autograph stamps and live to the terms of the contracts. At that point, we can move the funds behind them and move the values, I guess I should say the values, give them the necessary closure for the values behind them. Granted, they have to do good for the people and set up mankind aid. They call it humanitarian. Human means monster, so we stay away from monster contracts. We do mankind aid contracts for other countries, other nations, in support of the infrastructure and the support of the people of each specific corporation contract. So these are some of the things that have been set up for the banking world, and it's up to the banking world to get themselves educated enough and come to the table with clean hands and to do things correct. And so that's a little bit in a nutshell. Dave, you got anything else?
Yeah, good.
Has that got anything else to add?
No, you're pretty well hitting it on the head there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of the educational level. Yes, sir.
So in the process of this, is this going to bring the Rothschild organization under control, or get them to revamp their operation where they're not?
Well, when you say Rothschild, that's a pronoun to me. So I don't understand what you're saying.
The international,
No, well,
central banking.
Rothschild and I met in 1999 in Belfast, Ireland, for 3 days. And I went in and I taught him 16 years ago what quantum was and showed him the assets of how important this program was, and he agreed with it 100%.
Yeah, we're not worried about that.
And said he would throw his protection behind us to make sure this program was successful and went forward so that mankind would get a correct program, because he didn't want to be called, have a bad name hung on his family shingle after 250 years.
Yeah, I'm not privy to any of that. All I know is I work with anybody. If they give me full closure of who they are, that's been my problem, is people come in and lie to me and then think they've got something. So I just want to work with people that have full closure, and I want to make sure that the citizens and the values are used and delegated into a position to where it benefits the citizens of this country. The wealth is everywhere. I mean, the quantum banking, we have more wealth than anybody on the planet because we're quantum. We're now, and we have the mechanical application for our periodic tables and for our mechanics of moving our values from point A to point B. We are correct. The importance of and the value of correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, and how we articulate the value on board our vessels or on board our contracts, finding those people that have the capability and the wherewithal to work with us has been quite a bit of a challenge because you got to weed through a lot of riffraff. As far as when you say banking cartels and you say other cartels, not a one of them has demonstrated to me that they have the capability to have wealth on board on any contract. So I would have to have knowledge of that. I have first in, first serve as comptroller of the global currency, currency, as a fact, and I have specific technical skills to certify what values look like and what actually makes them a value. And a value is not exactly what you think. It's what is what another person, two or more people agree to, that we could pick up your plastic bag here, and if you and I agreed to the terms of the barter that it was sufficient value for consideration and we both got the enjoyment out of that, not enjoyment, then the sizings could be fact, the freeholds could be met, and the seigniorage could be given one to another. And so people have different knowledge basis upon that, based upon their educations. And I have to learn to be more careful. David will give testimony that I definitely have to be more careful on what I say, because I don't. It's so natural to me because I've lived it, and so people don't even understand what I give them. They don't understand how to keep it generating, but it is there, and nothing's been. The wealth is everywhere, and there's no need for bankruptcies, and there's no need for poverty, and there's no need for a lot of the foolishness that we see out here. And so finding the right people and the ones that won't lie to you and the ones that you can earn a trust with, which is, 99% of the problem is being able to earn the trust and know that the trust is there as you do business one with another. That's the hardest thing to find. Because what I've witnessed firsthand is when you create a wealth and a value that everybody wants to steal it, and everybody wants to cut everybody else out. And that's really, I didn't build quantum banking to be that way. I built it for the quantum, and for the satisfaction of the legacy that I leave for my family and for the families that could get involved with what we're doing. Anything else, David?
No, you're doing good.
Yeah. So there's a lot of other courts that. Oh yeah, lots of questions. Okay, go ahead. Go. Start here first. I'll go to the other one. Go ahead.
Further clarification on the quantum banking system. Is this similar to a physical bank where we would transfer our funds into there and they're more protected by that?
It can be. We have set up physical locations in the past. Right now, because of the non-trust on our part with the businesses and the companies and the countries that are looking at this construct, we have not authorized nor set up any facilities at this time. But yes, facilities were set up in Du Bois, Wyoming. We want to run our banking graft on something much different and a much different. A lot of the mechanics which I shared with you guys are some of the protocols, but not all of the protocols for setting up the banking constructs. And you have to be able to give full closure, and you have to be able to back it and stand on it and know that it's legitimate and real. So,
in light of that, then do you syntax the existing accounts to protect them? Let's say scenario for our government would come in and just say they take a 30-year bank account like they did in Syria to pay off the national debt. does it protect that?
Well, the value never moves, so you have to comprehend that. Because the value is too big. You can't pay off the national, you can pay off the national debt in 1 or 2 locations on the planet, but you couldn't physically move all that equity out of there because it's too massive.
Yes.
All right? And so because of that, you would have to have others join with the random sampling of that and then concur that it's all safe and that it's all there. And secrecy is you're going to be your best friend on that. So.
When you move too much, too fast, you scare people.
Yeah.
That fright can set up a chain reaction in which other people will die from. Like in June 4th, 2004, I was in Mexico City, and I met on Wednesday night with Ciro. He was the Secretary of Treasury for Mexico, for the entire country of Mexico. And when I showed him the Mexican peso, Bank of Mexico, bank a pronoun, up as an adverb, making the word Mexico a verb. And then he read my book cover to cover, and when he saw the Lord's Prayer syntax, he had a full understanding that Mexico was a dangling participle verb on the money. He then called an emergency meeting on Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning of the 8 largest banks in Mexico City. The meeting broke up at 11 o'clock in the morning. The peso stood at 93.4 cents to the US dollar. From 11 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the peso fell to $1.10, a 15-cent drop across the board. 500 million US 5 billion pesos were dropped on the market as the 8 largest banks had a fire sale to sell the peso off because of fraudulent grammar. Rothschild, the State Department, and the Universal Postal Union, in a 30-minute consecutive phone call to me, said, "What's going on? We've got you monitored, Miller. We know you're in Mexico City. We're watching you. What happened?" I explained it to all 3 organizations. I told Rothschild it shut down all banking globally at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 hours before it should have, under international trade. So I told Rothschild we needed 500 million US transferred to Mexico City to shore up the peso for the opening on Friday morning, which was 93.4. The market stayed stable all day. The market closed at 93.4, and the $500 million went back in the Rothschild's hopper for an overnight stay. In the next 6 weeks, the 8 bankers all died of natural causes. One with 645 slugs in the back of the head. 2 had pneumonia with salt water in their lungs. A 4th one had trouble breathing with a plastic bag wrapped around his head. One jumped off a 20-story building, thought he could fly. 2 others were hung by the neck, or by their ties, thinking they would get back adjustments. The point is, they made the statement to the world, don't mess with the money. If you have knowledge, keep it to yourself. Be diplomatic. If you need to talk to somebody, we have people you can talk to. But don't be scaring the entire planet because you've got some kind of you know about the fictitious conveyance of language. Yeah, I'm Pandora. I opened Pandora's box on April 6, 1988. And the world has been making major changes for 27 years because of it. But they also told me because I broke it, I had to fix it. And if you watch the videos and you read the website, you can see Russell and I have done a very responsible job with no competition globally. No plagiarizing of our website. And the world that is studying is saying we're doing a good job fixing it. And as presidential candidates, we're gonna get a lot more traffic on the website. but we still have to be responsible and make sure people have food, clothing, shelter, energy, transportation, and that this planet doesn't go to war over stupidity.
Yeah.
And so we got a big job ahead of us.
Which we can stop because of the grammar, because of our position and our postal constructs. It gives us a very solitary condition of the state, dealing with wars, dealing with concepts of differences in faiths and religion, because we're not arguing over religion, we're simply syntaxing that which they believe is to be true. Well, if you're taught a lie, the outcome is going to be a lie. But when you have a foundation of grammar and a mathematical sequence to follow, then your tolerance and your honor one towards another and your love towards your fellow man rises. Because you'll comprehend that there is a sense of fairness out here. There are two rules, rule one and rule equal. And everybody has the chance for their own will, their own minds, because all of your minds are very beautiful, because each one of you have the chance and the choice of who you let commune in and out of your lives. And so this is what quantum grammar definitely, the value of it definitely shows. And I know for a fact that it's totally changed my life. Before I got involved, I was probably not the best of citizens. I was pretty wild, and in my adolescence, I didn't make the wisest of choices. But I hope people can look past that as they choose to vote for me, and see that I've made solid grounds to do very accountable things and do very, very fascinating things that improve the quality of life on this planet. And I do speak with all the authority dealing with being without food and some of the things that I've come through. And I will tell you that I don't want anybody to be without food. I don't want anybody to be without a home. I don't want anybody to be without the things that are naturally here for all of us. And energy is a part of that. And the energy is everywhere. People's presumption that they have the ability to tax a hydrocarbon is not necessarily true. And because it's everywhere. Being able to harness it and put it in an accountable situation where everybody can benefit out of it is a duty that I take very serious, and a task that I will meet the right people who have the right technologies to make sure that all of us have the necessary support so our generations don't have to suffer through the illusion of what we've just had to come through with the last 8,500 years. So. Anything else, Dave?
Not tonight. You got 200 more hours of seminaring up on the internet if you want to watch.
Yep, and here's the
and questions are open 24/7 on the internet that we will answer. You got both our websites or emails to contact us.
Anything else? Any other topic that someone might want to cover? Yes.
Could you speak a little bit to the signatures versus
Autograph?
Autograph.
Oh, absolutely. What's the prefix of autograph?
Auto.
You.
Symbol for gold on the periodic table.
Correct.
And signed signature is a simulation, SI.
Yeah, we're going to get into that.
And cursive is, the word of cursive is curse to talk to dead people. Also, italicizing is cursive, which removes it from the paper so you never signed it. If you put a square bracket around your autograph or a signature, it automatically removes it from the paper. Or if you write copyright underneath your autograph or signature, they have to have copyright release to use your signature against you. Every time Russell and I sign anything, write anything, Every single piece of paper is copyrighted. And when they've tried to take it into court saying you're practicing law, the correspondence back to the district attorney, can you please show me your copyright your copyright authorization to use my name and my material against me in a court of law? And the judge turns to in this federal court, the judge turns to the DA and says, do you have a copyright authorization for Mr. Miller? No, sir. Case dismissed. Get out of my court. Don't ever bring this back in front of me again. There's a lot of ways to protect yourself by just writing the word copy claim or copyright.
David, may I ask you another question?
Keep trying.
See that? SI, simulation, signature. You do a cursive, which equals necromancy, which equals black art of the communication of the dead. So when you go to court, you write, and all the things that you've done, you always do your big signature at the end. Just communicating with dead people. You must be a dead person. If you're dead, the judge can do what he wants to you, because he can engage in subjective interpretation because you have no facts. You have no life. It is what it is. Go do your own word study. You'll find it all to be true.
And the signature line on the checkbook?
Signature line on the checkbook.
That line itself is a bunch of little letters which says authorized signature. What does that mean? Why did they do that? It looks like a
Authorized moves you in the past tense. Signature makes you a dead person.
Oh, okay.
In the past. You have no now time, back to the now time scenario. We've discussed this a little earlier. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
I don't think you can hear me. I asked him.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, David, I have another question. When you're dealing with the mortgage foreclosures, and you've already filed for the fraud, the federal lawsuit, and suppose you decide to do a short sale or deed in lieu of foreclosure, does this vacate that fraudulent lawsuit?
That does not change the fact that the crime was committed.
Okay.
No more than you, if you robbed a bank and came back the day after and wanted to put the money back, you'd still be arrested for bank robbery. Okay. If you killed somebody, if it was 20 years later and said, I'm sorry, they're still going to go out and arrest you and put you in jail.
All right.
It's the day the crime was committed, which is when the bank committed the fraudulent mortgage from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. You signed it, but the bank did not sign it as a servicer. So they presented that and a title insurance attorney to say this is correct, which was a lie. They didn't have title on the property. The word insurance means no surety or no contract. So the whole thing was a setup to steal your equity. So you can go back and take everybody that participated. Even the word note, N-O means no, T-E is contract. All the numbers are just numbers. They don't have dollar signs attached to them, or the dollar signs are moved 2 character spaces away under the 2-space law. And the name that they assign to each line is put into a box, which means that there's no continuance of evidence to that value on that line. It's done throughout the entire mortgage contract, and they're saying it's for convenience. It's to show boxing removes everything and makes it a blank sheet of paper because you borrowed your own money to buy your own house. The bank is only a servicer and does not have title or ownership, and the bank is not allowed to own houses or to put up any depository money from the bank to assist you. So when you know all the banking laws of how that fraud is perpetrated, now you have a way of making this thing go away and collecting your caretaker fees and exposing the criminal activity. And they've been successful since 1888 with this technology, with the fraud, because everyone had a second grade reading level and didn't know how to get through the gauntlet of 4 billion laws and get them organized correctly, let alone syntax them into a correct quo warranto lawsuit, which is the strongest lawsuit that anybody can file against a fiduciary of a banker, a judge, or an attorney, or insurance company. And that's where Russell and I stand alone against the world, stopping and correcting this.
Yes. Thank you.
Eddie, go ahead. Oh, I thought you had a question. Is there anything, other topics that you guys would want to cover today?
Sounds good, Russell. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, as you know, may remember, I vacated the marriage contract.
Oh, yeah.
With my late wife in eviction.
Correct.
But my volition has never changed towards the woman I love.
Sure.
But it's the marriage certificate is fraud, and I syntaxed it and sent it with a grammar claim to the
Register. Sure.
And they did not respond. Now, I am, as I gather, I am supposed to send a letter of size.
You don't need to unless somebody questions you about her probate or her estate. At that point, you can do that. Yeah. There's no need to. If you just what's the timeline on when you did that?
It would be in the spring.
Okay, yeah, wait your 1 year, 1 day on that. So. No other questions? Anything else that anybody wants to be looking at with correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar right now?
For the student's benefit, do we have a checklist? Well, I see actually, in part I'm answering my own question now with the 3 fundamental documents of the CPAS, the Sea Treaty, and the ship's papers. But prior to that, we need a claim of the live life and the knowledge of correct sentence structure.
Correct.
The lodging of those documents there's some variations in the documents, correct? Who one would want to give closure for each one of those different
Correct. Yeah.
contracts.
You want to give closure, first of all, probably to the Secretary of the State's office, the Department of Transportation for your specific country, because you're going to be transporting yourself around.
Now, the CPAS includes, as part of it,
Yes.
the claim of the live life.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So sorry, I interrupted you in your list.
No, I mean, it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, well, I guess at first, as a student, gaining some traction, an on-ramp into correctness, to be correct, one wants to give notice,
Yes.
and then have the confidence, hey, I've given notice if someone comes to accost me.
Correct.
Sorry to use I know I'm using non-contract
Words.
but for the benefit of ease of verbal communication.
All right. All right. Yeah, so what you would want to do is you'd want to give your local post office, of course, nearest your domicile. You would want to give closure for your you're talking specifically CPAS?
Yeah, I guess CPAS, well, claim of the live life, CPAS.
Yeah, it's your State Department, because, and your Minister of Foreign Matters.
They're somewhat equivalent, State Department?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And you want to do that with a letter of the rogatory. These are the locations of some. We're going to put up more. David has agreed to come in person on the 21st of February to Sacramento.
Yeah, we'll be there for that one.
Yep, I got my next bond to Sacramento, New York, Austin, Fargo, Colorado Springs, Boston, Raleigh, Great Falls, Montana, and I'll probably schedule more in. But
just remember, you do the South in the winter and the North in the summer.
You forgot Edmonton.
I've been doing this for seminars for 20 years. I know where to go and how to.
Oh yeah.
In bad weather.
And enjoy them.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I'm kind of doing. Although New York is April, I'm not sure about that yet. But we'll figure
That's
that.
okay. You only have a few. Maybe you have a late hurricane.
Yes. Oh, go ahead, Murray.
Well, we look forward to dates being put in there for the north of the 49th parallel location.
Well, we can only do what we can do at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, I sure hope that happens soon. Love to come up there.
We'll get you hooked up on Skype, though. You guys can Skype in on GoToMeeting. Be able to have people come in from all over the world then,
Yeah.
as this moves forward.
Yeah, lovely. Well, we have challenges on Skype because it's frustrating to have things be cut out, right in the middle where you're just getting to the good parts. Anyway, but yes.
But if you got GoToMeeting, there's probably a dozen organizations that have, we can hire the time out that doesn't include Skype, where they guarantee 1080 transmission, hardwire with the computers, and it's a really good way to have a meeting.
Yes, I've had the benefit of live stream, if you've seen that website. It's not two-way though, it's only one way, but it's very good and consistent.
Yesterday Thursday night we did a radio show. It was only scheduled for 1 hour on GoToMeeting. And the people on GoToMeeting were listening to the web broadcast, and we did 3 hours and 15 minutes. They said, keep talking. This was the guy that runs the thing, he goes like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. There's no way I'm going to turn this thing off. And we talked straight through for 3 hours and 15 minutes without breaking wind.
And so is that still up and online then?
That should be posted either tonight or tomorrow night by the people that put that radio show up there. You've got All Day Live has 25 hours of 1 hour segments on Skype on the internet. You've got 4 hours from Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot. You've got 6 hours of Drake Bailey, American Freedom Radio. 118 million people got online that night. Everyone canceled that was listening to the show that was supposed to be on and said, let them keep talking. We've never heard anything like this before. This is the news. And his normal audience is only 2 million people, and we had 118 million. Carrie Cassidy has 2 million. We had 88 million. All Day Live, every week we had 88 million people online. So it shows that people are really, really interested in what we're doing here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no question.
Oh yeah.
Big time.
Yeah. Some of the wrong people too.
Hey, a lot of the wrong people, like they've sent assassins after me, and the assassins agreed with this program to an extent that they quit their job and went back and told their boss, you touched that guy and we're going to come after you.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still here after 35 years.
Any other questions? Are we ready to wind this thing down? Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Hey, you guys can go to midnight. I got a 7 o'clock show to go to right now.
All right.
And dinner.
All right. Go ahead, Mark.
Well,
So I'm gonna click off, Russ. You got it.
All right, man. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thanks for having me on here. I'll talk to you every now and then.
Oh, absolutely, bud. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Call you tomorrow.
Talk to you guys later.
You bet. Bye. All right.
Jim, now that they turn the heat back on.
It is cool, yeah, exactly. We're gonna start seeing our breath here shortly.
You guys.
All right.
Snowing here.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
Another guy that's coaching.
Oh, yeah, this is where I'm going.
I'm struggling to some degree with the question because it's just an area of question and I don't quite know how to address it. But in the looking at the banking concepts,
Yes.
you prefaced some of your statements by, if you can tell the truth and but we know the whole issue of banking has a lot to do with credibility. You know that they may not be the best words, but how do we start? Well, we know what. As you can see, I'm kind of grappling. What I'm trying to think through here is, got people, public officials or quotes authorized to lie.
But that's not necessarily true, because when they come up against the fact always has the command of them. And when they lie, all we have to look at is the volition. We know they can't state a claim, right? But when we let them, they should use some, because of the effort and the work that's been put into the program, on all of our behalf. If they come up to you and start lying, their karma and their volition is going to get them. You can count on it. There's nothing I can do to stop that. And as people come, and they come with clean hands, and they come with full closure, at that point, then the world can expand in a tremendous way.
Well, yeah, and somewhere around in the swirl of the thinking of those volutions,
yeah,
there's the issue of secrecy versus privacy. There's a lot that we consent
and don't know.
Well, one, we don't know, but also there's a lot we concede. That's your business, that's your life, that is none of my business.
Correct.
But there are also, we know, aspects of organizations, people who have private oaths to each other,
Correct,
with stuff on each other, that at a certain point that secrecy is dishonorable.
Correct.
And with a rising of consciousness on the planet, hey, there is no secrets at the final end of it all.
It's all one.
It's all going to be one thing. The life force, the volition of now, time, jurisdiction.
Oh, for sure.
The thinking and honor of now.
Correct.
But what I'm seeming to be grappling with is secrecy versus privacy, and well, I guess.
Well, it just depends on what the terms and the volition of the contract are for. Okay, if the terms of the contract are to bring wealth and backstop a society, then whoever's doing the business, whoever the 2 or 3 or 4, the ones that are coming into joinder, they're going to have a certain position of knowledge that maybe the others won't have. But as long as it's done in a way where the citizens benefit, or the beneficiaries, because there are certain things in value that at this point are not given out. And I'm learning these lessons because there's certain things that I've said too much and talked too much, and I probably shouldn't have, based off of what I was seeing and the knowledge that was being manifested in my specific case. But it was a quest that I chose. Right? I chose that quest. And a lot of people that are engaged in usury are not choosing the same quest.
Right. Many of us would not make choices if we had equitable
Correct.
And, or maybe some of what I'm grappling with is around that if people can meet and have a joinder with their free volition.
Sure.
With full closure.
That's what the most happy spot would be.
Right.
For sure. So, or contractual spot, I should say. Contractual spot.
Contractual spot?
Or location.
Oh, okay.
Communion, whatever you want to call it. I think that pretty much winds it down. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming and listening to the Director's Party campaign. If you like what you see, could sure use your vote in the 2016 election, and David could too, and we'll just go from there. And if you have any questions, my contact is forthedirector@outlook.com. Shoot me an email, and I'll do the best I can to get back with you as quick as I can. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Can we get a group picture?
We could.